Sorry, buddy. Wouldn't want to show anybody up with these fucking ripped fucking guns. I'm sure you're doing fine as well, Kennedy. It's okay, you know. Don't feel threatened by all this fucking masculinity. Okay? It could be you. You know, with just a little fucking elbow grease, a bit of hard work, you know. Don't stress. What the fuck is going on, motherfuckers? How you doing? I'm still a little throaty after last night's Sunday night fucking spectacular, wherein we pretended to play Neo 3's demo, but spent the whole fucking night talking about LLMs instead. No, I totally killed that one boss that I was fighting the whole night, eventually. So I went to bed feeling good. That's what you want. You want to go to bed with the boss dead, don't you? Yeah, alright. That'll do. That'll bloody do. I spent a good chunk of my morning watching the last VOD. Now I get a juicy after work banger. Nice, mate. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm super keen to get back to some more Neo 3 tomorrow. Great fucking fun. And I put through a request for a key last night. Hopefully they hook me up, you know. Mr. LLM talk, that'll teach you for missing the stream. Yeah, that'll teach you for fucking sleeping. Won't it, you fucking dickhead? 21st is looking like the go. In fact, yes. Oh, fuck yeah, perfect. Perfect. Cheers, brother. That's Darius's birthday. That means the weekend of the 21st, I'm off to Melbourne for Darius's birthday, and then I believe the following weekend, I'm going back up to the mountains. This time with friends as well, for a little friends plus family mountain trip, because we had such a good time at the start of the month. But some of our friends, Fizzy and his crew, are coming down. They want to go up there as well, and we're like, well, if you're coming to our house first and then going up to the mountains, we're fucking coming with you. So it looks like I'm prepped for a couple of nice weekends toward the end of February. That's good. That's very good. Hopefully I don't miss any good game releases, but I think we'll be right. Good news is that Dead House Sonata should last longer than Ashes of Creation. Oh shit, brother. It's a bit too soon, isn't it? Fuck. Brutal, Greg. Thought it did its job well. You should be proud. You know, I don't hear that as often as I should. So thank you, Franz. Thank you. So happy I didn't waste a minute on the Ashes? Yeah. I wouldn't want to have egg on my face this morning. And again, feeling very vindicated that I don't, but at the same time, I don't want to be excited about the fact that a bunch of developers that worked really hard on what was an ambitious but very cool looking project, even if I never had any problems with Ashes of Creation other than the amount of money they wanted people to pay in order to test it. And just philosophically, fundamentally, the idea of paying to test is already a tough sell for me. Pay massive amounts of money that supersede maybe 5 or 6 times the cost of a fucking proper, fully fucking fleshed out video game experience, you know? That doesn't work for me. But I still don't wish failure on anyone. If Ashes of Creation went on to be the next best thing in MMORPG sandboxes, I'd have been very happy for it. It is a shame. But also, I fucking told you so. So, you know, stop being idiots. And buying into fucking hype. Because the irony is, even if you do sell your alpha for $250 and $500 and blah, 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 Even if you do Kickstarter it and you beg and you plead and you get people to fund your project, even though they're not investing in your project, you know? Even if they take all the risk and you take none because it's their money that you're pissing away and not your own. Even then, there's still a pretty good chance that it's going to fail. You know? So, imagine if they didn't take people's extraordinary amounts of people's money. What chance did they have? It just seems like these big sandbox open world MMORPG projects are just they're either a breeding ground for scammers or they're just so much more work than it appears that they are going to be during the development process. Rip Ashes, I was one of the idiots, lesson learned. But in other news, Neo 3's out very soon. Woo! Hey, we're all going to learn these lessons at some point, lads, you know? I already learned mine with fucking... What was the one that really got me? There was an MMORPG sandbox that really stung, and I didn't spend fucking ridiculous amounts of money on it, but... because you weren't able to back then. But I did buy it, and I bought it on a promise. I bought it on an idea, and then I let that idea blossom in my own fucking mind, and over. It just became something that I was never going to actually be able to live up to what I had imagined it to be. It wasn't Crowfall, although. Crowfall's a weird one because I actually did have a lot of fucking fun with that one, you know, and I bowed out at the right time, and I do feel like if they hadn't, you know, given some people fucking castles at the beginning and made other people grind that with their entire guilds to not even to build a hut, then maybe. But Crowfall was fun till it wasn't. The one I'm thinking of came back again and again. It's called It's like a MMORPG, right? But it's Morrowind, right? And at the time, it was like you could climb up a tree with a bow and arrow, dressed in black, sit there and wait for people to come past, and then just ambush them, and then like hold them up or take all their shit. I think it was called Deadfall. I don't know why I can't remember the name now. Fucking, I reckon I can probably find it pretty quickly. Darkfall. Darkfall. That's the one. Where I remember fucking going to my friend's house with my PC. You know? Why are all these third-person shots? It was always a first-person game. Did they change that? That's interesting. Damn. This is going back a bit. It's going back a bit. It's my memory of it's first-person. Then again, my memory of it was gorgeous. It's had so many different iterations and been picked up by a different publisher and re-released and whatnot. But it was back then. You're playing World of Warcraft. This is like if you hit a tree, you get better at wood cutting, and if you're swimming in the water, you get faster at swimming, and running increases your stamina. But what it really, when it launched, turned out to be was every single person running up against a tree or swimming in a river up against a fucking water wheel and just like smashing out their fucking stats overnight, and the only way you could possibly keep up in that world was to do the same fucking shit. Otherwise you were just a weak piece of shit compared to everybody who wasn't morally flexible. And things like being honorable had no place in this world. And again, this is early days, more or less. Yeah, it wasn't anywhere near what I thought it would be, and I learnt my lesson. Wait until you've seen the finished product. Wait until you're playing it before you get excited for it, And if it can't get to that point without you investing, then it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's too risky to be funding these kinds of projects with reasonable amounts of cash. I mean, for the $250 people were spending on fucking Ashes, it's like you could have bought a fucking Nintendo 64 and a copy of Ocarina of Time OG or something, you know. Even that's with inflated prices. And there's just no way that Ashes of Creation is going to bring you more joy over the years than an OG copy of fucking Ocarina of Time will, you know. You get a fully finished, completed fucking legendary experience. But it's not what you pay for, is it? It's two people gave $10K. Yeah. They wanted to be there when it dropped and to be the king dick. I think the biggest reason I always backed out from that sort of thing was like, I don't want to play in a world. This is where Crowfall really fell apart for me. I don't want to play in a world where people have more than what I have because they were willing to spend real money 5 years ago on a promise. And now they're being rewarded for it with entire cities and entire castles. But because everybody, we had a guild of hundreds that weren't able to build the most basic shit because the grind was so insidious. And it wouldn't be so bad if everybody else was on the same grind and we were all slowly building up our village, house by house. But we weren't. Because these cunts had castles and cities and shit already. So what inevitably happened is we left.
He is an old one. Almost as old as me.
And then they had castles and villages in a video game that had nobody but them in it. This is not a winning strategy. Right? This is not fundamentally, this fails as a concept. And it always has. And this was no exception. People thought Ashes of Creation, even if it didn't go to shit like it has, was going to work. I still just saw a whole bunch of privileged people who got in early and spent a bunch of fucking money like fucking idiots being rewarded for being scammed. And everybody else feeling like they have no chance of keeping up, catching up, or being a part of the experience because they didn't. Bloodstain was a kicked game. Well, what did that cost you? Are we talking about Kickstarters here? Is that what the discussion is? Because I feel like you've cast a slightly wider net than what we're discussing. Thanks, Candle, by the way. 60 mate. What's going on? Cheers, brother. Insert Star Citizen comment here. Yeah, well, I mean, Star Citizen's the only one that seems to have had some success. But really, who's playing it? People who invested money. You're sitting there with a bunch of fucking idiots. And no one else. No one else wants to play it. Only the people who bought shit early, who spent heaps of money, who invested, care. Oh, Kurtman, ergo I did. The only games I've kickstarted are Darkest Dungeon and Kingdom Come Deliverance. I figured I hit 2 out of 2, so I'll leave it there. Fair enough, okay. Yeah, no, look, that's a different topic. Cool. I kickstarted the Terraria board game. It comes next month. I think it comes this month, actually. That was years ago. There's things to kickstart. I get it. But in those situations, you're buying the product that you know will be fulfilled. And you're paying the price of the product or less. Right? It's not the same thing. No pre-orders on a promise. That's a nice tagline. Ben over on YouTube. New monitor arrived yesterday. Time to see what you look like in 2K. Oh shit! I better get my fucking hair nice. Is that good? Is it delicious? Ashes was on early access. Steam's new rules would allow for a refund. I don't know. It was only recently put onto Steam. And maybe, so far, apparently, everybody who's attempted to get a refund has been denied. But maybe there'll be a, inquisition. Maybe there'll be a big sort of everybody who purchased it on Steam can get a refund. That'd be pretty devastating for a company that just filed bankruptcy, apparently. I don't even know how it works. Lovely vinyl spinning up there. Star Citizen Ashes would be like Founders Packs on a completely insubstantial alpha stage dream. Exactly. And I don't feel... Although, I mean, I'm not saying kickstarting is necessarily a good thing or whatever, but there's a difference. Most of the things that we have kickstarted were products that were being made anyway, regardless of the success of the Kickstarter. And then that opens up a topic of, like, stretch goals, bonus rewards, things like that. In my opinion, they kind of fucked the board game industry. Now, I could be wrong, and it could be because of Kickstarters that we have a board game industry and a tabletop RPG industry that's as successful and flourishing as we do now. Let's face it, when most of us were kids, it was fucking Monopoly and Scrabble and Pictionary. Today, you go to a board game store, and there are thousands. Really, like, there are at least hundreds. But there's also these, like, Kickstarter editions, that come with, like, all this extra special shit. Like the Integral edition of the Metal Gear Solid board game, which I have 2 copies of. My own copy and one that I'm giving away to someone at the end of the year. On Patreon. How cool is that? Did you know that? Did you know that if you join my Patreon, you get put into a list? And that you might win a copy of the Metal Gear Solid Integral Edition board game? Did you know that? I'm just saying. You might want to know that. I got 2 of those, but I didn't get them from Kickstarter. I assume they were Kickstarted initially as part of, a special edition, but they didn't sell well enough, so they started fucking throwing them out. I don't know. Maybe the Kickstarter stuff is good for board games because it builds up a lot of interest and people want to get in early and they want to get their special shit. I did it with the TTRPG for Brotherwise Games Cosmere recently as well. And when I looked at it, like, I just thought, well, I'm going to do this. I got to go the full fucking pack, don't I? So I need the GM screen, and I need the plot dice, and I need the card pack that shows you all the different skills and abilities, and all the different items and equipments. And I need the special 3D printed models, and I need the STL files for those so I can print my own. And, I want the hardcover editions of all the books and all that shit, Where's Shinobi? Bro, I got access to your review of Shinobi at 1:30 a.m. this morning. Half an hour before I went to bed. And it's 11 a.m. The next day. I haven't had any free time, sir, with which to read your lovely review. I read the intro, which, by the way, banger. Looking great. Looking amazing. Fucking amazing. Sick. Stylistically sick. To be honest. Didn't have issues loading the post. I went and replaced a GIF that was way too long that was struggling. Oh, no. All good. But I haven't clicked see more yet. I just did a cursory glance at my emails to see if I got access to Neo on a Sunday, and obviously didn't. A few hours after I submitted my request. Not the case. But I'm not even sure if adding your name to that list is possible these days. But yeah, I'll certainly get to it, my friend. And then, after reading your lovely review, I'm sure I will feel compelled to not need to play Shinobi, because you reviewed it so well that I can just say I'm happy with that one and move on. That's the plan, anyway. I assume you've seen it, Sanderson struck a deal with Apple? I certainly have. I heard it from the horse's mouth, as it were. I'm deleting the review. I love that you think I'm going to play more Expedition 33 and finish Elden Ring and then do Shinobi and... and I love the idea that you're still waiting to, desperately, to keep playing our druids in Path of Exile 2, right? You just can't wait. Can't wait to get back to it. I get it. I understand. There's so many things to do. We want to do them all the time. But we're not going to, are we? We're lucky if we do 10% of them. And right now, the chances of me doing Shinobi, what we call Down Under, Buckleys and none. Yep. Buckleys and none. That's the chance of me playing Shinobi. But I'm very glad I get to read the review. I'm going to go back to my Neo grind, for sure. And then probably Resident Evil 9. There's a female ninja in Shinobi whose voice is so grating you'll love to hate it. Like the one in Ninja... Yeah, I got enough of that out of Ninja Gaiden 4, which, by the way, Peeve still hasn't done. How the fuck did you do Shinobi before you did Ninja Gaiden 4? Sacrilegious. Buckley's? Yeah, like the cough syrup. I'm sure there's a story to that I've read, but I can't remember it. I'm a 2D ninja kind of guy. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm a 3D ninja kind of guy.
Another expedition.
I really am. I like the messenger and shit, you know, but I don't like it like I like Ninja Gaiden fucking Razor's Edge. I don't keep going back to that. Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge I've been back to like 4 times in my life, you know? 4 separate. Sit down and start that fucking game again, you know? I've not done that to the messenger. I played it once. I didn't finish it. I played it again in a race. I finished it. I love it and I think fondly of it, but it's not something I want to go back to all the time. Ninja Gaiden 3, yeah, all the time. And 2. Black. Sigma. Those ones really feel good to me. Something about like the Tekken moveset, you know, inside a ninja game. Like you open up the list of moves and you start scrolling down, and it just keeps going for an hour. And I really everything's, you know, circumstantial, situational, and contextual. What moves to do what, and it's so brutally fucking insanely hard. You can spend entire days on one fight. That's my Ninja Gaiden. For sure. But I still play through the 2D ones, you know, most of the time. You, on the other hand, still haven't played fucking Ninja Gaiden 4. What's wrong with you? Amp B, thanks for 2 months, mate. I got a free trial at Apple TV last week. I watched Pluribus, and I'm nearly done with Severance. I don't think I could have used the trial any better. Brilliant. Brilliant choices. Bravo. There are a few other things you might be interested on there. I don't know if you've watched Foundation. But I fucking love Foundation. I haven't read the book, though. Maybe if you've read the book, Foundation doesn't hit as well. But, and there are certainly parts of Foundation that I'm not super interested in. But for the most part, absolute visual, audio, spectacular masterpiece. And Lee Pace as Emperor Day, is... it's worth watching just for his performance, to be honest with you. It's wonderful. Not many people have seen it. You think they made 3 seasons of that because not many people watched the first one? Is that the Is that the position you're taking? It's possible. Maybe Amazon aren't like Netflix and they just don't can shit because of the viewer numbers, but in my circle, well, that's a bit different, isn't it? I guess in my circle people have, but certainly not as many. But Apple TV do seem to have a pretty good hit ratio, and that's one of the reasons why Brandon Sanderson said he wants to do his stuff with them. So I'm excited for that. Apple have hit a lot of bangers, man. There's a few others as well. Apple TV top 20. This is not what I want, is it? Here we go. Okay, For All Mankind, I've watched every episode of. I wouldn't put it at number 1 myself, but it's spectacular. It's an alternate what if the Russians beat the Americans to the moon. And the series starts at that moment. Literally the first fucking second. Yeah?
Another expletive has returned. Welcome back.
Arcane Volpa. 6 months. Hang on, mate. Cheers. So it's like the Americans get to the moon and there's a Russian flag on it, right? What would history be like? Fantastic. Great actors. The lead is really good. He was in the new RoboCop remake, which sucked, but he's a good actor. He was also in another show people really liked that I didn't like that had got a second season that nobody liked. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a sci-fi futuristic thing. He's an absolute tank of a man, and he carries For All Mankind very well. Severance obviously is great. Slow Horses is probably my number 1. Period. I just love Gary Oldman, and I love Gary Oldman's character. And yeah, I also love me a little espionage. And this is Altered Carbon, is it? Thank you. It's just a fantastic. I feel like the most recent season 5, didn't land for me. It's very forgettable, but I feel like season 6 is gonna rock. So, yeah. If you didn't watch that one, consider it. Never seen that. Silo is, in my opinion, decidedly average. Haven't seen that. Dark Matter, also average. Okay. Silo, Dark Matter, I don't think you get to the end of those and feel like you wasted your time, but I didn't get anything out of them. That's a kid's show, I think. That one I haven't watched yet. I would probably watch it. No idea. I heard good things about C with Jason Momoa in a world where everybody's blind or something. Never watched it though. To think that it's higher rated than Foundation, though, that's not possible. What's the number? What's the soccer one? He is Candle, he's alright. There's a soccer one that everybody loves that I haven't watched. There's like a soccer dad or some shit. Ted Lasso. How is that not in the top 5 on this? What is this, IMDb? I thought that was fucking extraordinarily loved. Okay. Shrinking's got a 3rd season now. I watched an episode of it. Got the How I Met Your Mother dude. Marshall with a very old Harrison Ford. I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't think I'm the target audience. You know, I think there are people that like that kind of show, and that those people really like it, but it's not for me. Haven't seen it. Hijack's got a 2nd season now. I liked the first one. It's good watch TV with the grandparents kind of stuff. And I'm a real big Idris Elba fan. I'd rather just watch The Wire again, but, you know, you're flicking through, it's decent quality. There's Ted Lasso at 25th and an 8.8. I don't understand. Haven't watched that, although Lindsay arrives in Mumbai after escaping from an Australian prison. is definitely the kind of banging first sentence that'll get me in. I have to have a look at that one. And Bad Monkey, I never tried. It kept popping up, and I was like, oh, nah. The Long Way series with Ewan McGregor is a fun documentary to watch. I think I might have started that. I'm not sure. I loved Ted Lasso. It lost itself in later seasons a little, but I had a great time with it. Yeah, no, I would expect somebody that liked the new Star Wars films to have enjoyed Ted Lasso. That actually tracks. It's also the reason why I just didn't watch it. Because I have taste, style. There are other synonyms that people use to describe people who don't watch the new Star Wars stuff, and it's all basically the same thing. No, I heard really good things about Ted Lasso. I just never I never clicked it. You know, it was always there, but I never clicked it. Dr. Charger, I chipped my fucking front tooth and I look like a complete hillbilly redneck. But yeah, I know what a fucking hillbilly redneck is. Thank you. Get to enjoy the dentist tomorrow. Yeah, nice. Fuck yeah, man. You get to be the patient for a while instead of the doctor. It'll probably do you good. Be nice and humbling. Remind you how we fucking feel. All right, for a minute. How'd you chip your teeth? If you're going to talk shit accurate. I don't like the new films. I liked Kenobi. I was trying to do you a solid here. I didn't want to make it seem I didn't want people unfollowing your Twitch channel, you know, in real time. Oh, you don't know. The films we can, yeah, but Kenobi? No one. Next you're going to tell me you like The Acolyte. Let's not be silly. Bloody hell. Where's my controller? Arthur threw it before. Chip off the old block. On a cough drop? What, you don't drink milk or something? You got no calcium? Teeth are fucked, mate? Yeah. That sucks, bro. That sucks. I'm sorry. Fucking... I had almost this whole entire tooth missing for a while, so I understand what it's like to look like a fucking redneck hillbilly. I went to great lengths to cover it up for a very long time, and then spent a ridiculous amount of money to have it replaced. I've only just really finished that process, like this month. In better news, Cyberpunk on the 59 is beautiful. I'll bet it bloody is. You got it fucking cranked up its tits, mate. Cruising around at... What kind of monitor did you get? Are we talking like 120 FPS, 240 FPS? What did you get? Because after I bought my new rig, I didn't get a new monitor. And then I very quickly realized I was just wasting my fucking time without a real monitor that could actually, you know, run it at least 240. And show it off properly. In particular, the OLED. And yeah, well, it had to be done. I caved pretty quickly and bought this panel, and I never ever regretted it. Hey Alice, how you going, mate? I had my last 2 wisdom teeth yanked out on Thursday. I fucking hate trying to manage this blood clot shit. Oh yeah, that's right. So you had more wisdom teeth pulled out? That's fucked up, man. Sounds like you've been through the ringer. I'm so sorry. Horrible. Fucking teeth, huh? Who needs them? Ted Lasso is based around the ethics of Apple's senior management. It's really positive, but slightly delusional when applied to real issues on a ground level. Okay. Like Kain said, hate me, but do it honestly. Exactly. That's how Mono feels every time I start talking about his interest in film and television. And rightly so. My father snapped his front tooth in half on a piece of toast. It's funnily enough, when I cracked this one, it was on a sandwich in Cairns when I was on holiday. I had a plane to catch like an hour later, so I had to get an Uber from the cafe where I broke it to a fucking chemist to buy some tooth glue so I could glue it on, and then straight to the airport to Japan. And then for my entire 2 weeks in Japan, I had to glue a tooth on. And then whenever I ate, take it out, eat with friends and shit around, you know, with a fucking missing fucking tooth, gap tooth, half a gap tooth, and then glue the fucking thing back on afterwards. Oh, horrible. Get Dennis back on, Oni. Go fuck yourself, brother. Go fuck yourself. I'll get Dennis on when I want. Okay? And when Dennis wants. And much like everything else in the fucking entire universe, you won't have any part in it. Okay? The fact that you're even speaking to me now is so far beyond what you should be allowed. Makes me want to quit. Makes me want to throw my whole career in the toilet just so that you learn your place. You disgust me. Shouldn't be allowed to speak. Fucking peasant. Sorry, you tweeted YouTubers. You gotta take a hard line with them. Otherwise, they just they run all over you. You should not only play Soul Reaver 1 before 2, but you should actually play fucking Blood Omen first. Yes. It matters to the point of like Blood Omen 1 ends mid cutscene. And Blood Omen, Soul Reaver 1 ends mid cutscene, and Soul Reaver 2 picks up from where it left off. Blood Omen, however, if you don't play Blood Omen, I don't think you could enjoy Soul Reaver in today's world. Maybe back in the day when Soul Reaver was a brand new game, but not anymore. I don't think so. You just have none of the context for where you are, why you're there, what's happening, and who anybody is. You know, especially once you get to Soul Reaver 2. So yeah, you have to play. I don't recommend playing 1 before 2. I recommend. I'm saying it's mandatory to play Blood Omen, and then Legacy, and then Soul Reaver 1, and then Soul Reaver 2. If you're not invested, you might not make it to Soul Reaver, make it through Soul Reaver. I don't know how you could anymore. Yeah, exactly. Without the context, you're just left with the gameplay. I had this on my list, so I'll keep it in mind for when I get to it. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you can get a great copy of Blood Omen for peanuts on GOG, and you should. Honestly, it's aged a lot better than these ones. And while these ones are incredibly good narratively, it's because they draw so heavily on what Blood Omen set up, and they do it constantly. It has. You were dead right, Alice. You were absolutely right. I'm so glad that you convinced me to play Blood Omen first. It made all the difference. Kain refused the sacrifice. Oh yeah. All right, cunts. Should we play? Should we play some video games? I fucking did it again. Every 4 streams in a row. Yes, well, it's a good thing they remastered this.
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
Fuck off. There we go. Ustenheim. Ustenheim, I think it's called. All right, I gotta do the derust again. Every week, I gotta do the derust. Okay, I remember. I went into another Soul Reaver tomb. I got a new element, the Crescent Moon one, and there were multiple puzzles in that joint. I got a couple. I did ask chat to help me get out because I was losing patience and running out of time. And I don't feel too bad about it, you know. It's a concession that I've had to make with these retro days because they're 4-hour shows, and you know there are sort of real world restrictions on me at the moment, and I can't spend forever doing it. I also want to get through this series and not not just have it fall to the wayside like so many other playthroughs have. We're in the future still. That I know for sure. That I remember. Oh, yeah, the Soul Reaver's fucking peeking off its head, mate.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
Whoa. Where am I headed? Back up where I came from, I think. Old Toby. No shit. 105 months, mate. Far too short a time to be with Cody and all you lovely cunts. As always, this bowl is for you. Get that old Toby up in ya, my friend. And thank you so much for sticking with me forever, mate. You know, you've heard it all before. If you need me, I'm yours. Let me know. Look after yourself. That's why the Reaver is white. Indeed, it's the Air Reaver now. The Air Reaver. And that can allow me to bust down cracked walls. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing now? Going back to the swamp from whence I came, to Vorador Swamp, and busting down the cracked wall with the time symbol on it? Is that right? That feels right. That's what I'm going to try and do anyway. Hopefully I haven't missed something. I need to rewatch that segment to better distill how Dennis answered my question regarding what the biggest technical hurdle is right now. Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't quite remember myself. But I feel like next week or the week after, we're going to have a chance to play some Dead House Sonata and hopefully have Dennis come back on and hang out with us for a bit while we chat. Oh, it happened when I stepped away? Okay. I've cut that interview down a bit, got rid of the intro and the outro, and, you know, just faded it together a bit better, and I've added chat to the screen. So there's, you know, a nice version of that ready to go. I'll probably upload it. I might even just upload that one to YouTube. And then link it onto the Patreon there. It feels like a slightly special one. I'll have a look after the show today. Try and get that ready. But yeah, if you need to, you know, go back through it. I'm doing a little write-up as well. So if you have any, you know, anything you want, you think that I should include in my write-up, let me know, and I'll definitely look into that. Am I able to jump up there? Nearly. Somehow it increased it from 8 hours rather than... you trying to say? That I fucking can't edit, cunt? I'll have you know. I'm a bloody expert. The thunder's cracking again. G'day, Uthi. How are you, mate? What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Back to the swamps? Yeah, this is where we want to be. This is where we want to fucking be. And you were so good. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Dennis was just a mad cunt, so it worked out really nicely. Hopefully we can do more stuff with him. I personally, even though I'm new to, you know, the series Soul Reaver, I'm very excited about the ideas that their team has for a video game. I quite love that celestial clock and the idea of progression without RNG. So, I mean, I'm invested. I'm certainly going to look at it a lot closer and see what I can do to help, perhaps, you know, in my small way.
Rejoice,
bring people to it.
fellow expletives, for one.
Flame Cyborg! Holy shit!
Returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah. Good to see you. I'm doing very well, thank you. And that means, you know, playing it, and you know, providing feedback. So I'm down for that. Absolutely. And if we can get Dennis on to talk more about what they're doing and shit, I think it'll be fun. Could be, you know, for me, it's a good way to help a project that I'm really interested in, and also perhaps help my show. You know, those kinds of things are a good way for me to expand my audience, grow my brand, without the TikToking and the algorithms and the AI and the shit that I don't want to do, right? I think. People, you know, people will absolutely find my channel because they saw that interview, and others like it, and I think that's a very, very good idea for the future of my channel. So, you know, inadvertently, playing Legacy of Kain has opened up a new avenue for me, and one that I'm going to try to continue exploring. I'm not sure how, but as I move forward, when I do sponsored streams or when a new game comes out that I get a key for or something, I'm going to shoot off, you know, or respond to an email with, you know, thanks for the key. Can't wait to check the game out. Would love to have a chat with someone from the dev team if they'd be interested in talking about the game and what their plans are for its future on the stream, you know, and maybe they would. Maybe they would like to do that, and if they do, maybe we do more of it. It's not always going to be as cool as with Dennis. He happens to just be a mad lad, you know. Not every game developer's a sick cunt, but I reckon there's a decent angle there that's good for me. So yeah. He was a fantastic interview, lots of ideas I found interesting. I'm curious to see if they can pull it off, but it's refreshing to hear those. It's got more enthusiasm and ambition than most fucking 20-year-olds I know. Raid. So I haven't been on X in a minute. I just seen your comment on my Soul Reaver tats. How you liking the game? They're no Blood Omen, but yeah, they've got very cool characters, very cool story, very, very, very good acting. But honestly, that's about it. I don't know that I like any of the fucking gameplay at all. But it's hard for me to say that while I'm playing it, you know? I fucking hate Neo 2's level design when I'm playing it. But then afterwards, you know, upon reflection, it's not so bad. This game just pisses me off. Dude, it is old gameplay, but Blood Omen's older. And its gameplay was fucking incredible. I just played it before I played these. Not only did it have the great story and the great voice acting and the great world, but it also had incredibly fun gameplay. Where, like, you know, I'm turning into a werewolf and I'm using one of 50 different spells to kill all of the enemies, and I'm killing one enemy, or I'm killing bosses, and I'm killing 5 enemies, and I'm killing 20 enemies at once, and it's just all like, and I'm turning into a werewolf, and if I want to go from this part of the world to the other part of the world, I fucking turn into a bat and I fly there. And then this game's like, hey, you need to go back to the start of the game. Get whacking. And then go back to the fucking place where you were again. Get whacking. You know, I don't think it's a matter of age. I just think this is a bad video game, and Blood Omen's a good one. And if there was a movie of this, and the movie was good, nobody would ever play this shit again. That's what I think. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that opinion holds up as we continue. I will say that there is something very nice about returning to Nosgoth in this one, you know, and seeing it from Kain's time. And then you've got Soul Reaver 1's Nosgoth. You've got Kain's Nosgoth from Blood Omen. Then you got this weird fucking Mobius future Nosgoth that I'm in now. I'm loving that, you know, I really am. I'm being too harsh on this game. It really fucking annoys me that, like, every combat Devil May Cry came out before this. I'm supposed to play Devil May Cry and then do this? You fucking kidding me? You planning on playing Blood Omen 2? Of course. It's a Legacy of Kain series playthrough, motherfucker. What the fuck you think I'm doing? Stopping here? Nah, mate, we got Blood Omen 2 and then Defiance. Bought Blood Omen 1 on GOG for $3.50. Bargain, mate. Yeah? Banger. Love it. I think you'd love doing a podcast-like interview with other game developers. Let's do some more of it, Tower of Engine. Let's see where we go. Maybe it doesn't go anywhere. Maybe that's what I'm known for 10 years from now. I don't know. I didn't know when I started this shit either. There's a game journalist named Stephen Totillo. I know Stephen Totillo. Used to be the manager of Kotaku, wasn't he? Not an ounce of virtue signaling. Started a Substack called Game File, and he has a lot of great exclusive interviews on there. I didn't know that. I have heard of these Substack things, but I'll have a look at that. Thank you. Game File. Substack was one of the other options that I had over Patreon. Stephen Trottillo, thank you. I had heard of the multiplayer game they made. Yeah, I was thinking about trying to get a crew of us together to play it, because there's no one playing it, so we'd need to get a group together. But I think that could be fun on one of these retro mornings. Blood Omen 2, Defiance, and then the promised Nosgoth community. Yeah. The promised Nosgoth community night. Now, I don't necessarily remember promising it. However, it's certainly something I would like to pursue. But we need a fixed number of people that agree to do it.
Ooh,
and we need to get copies of the game.
I remember you.
Do we have to buy it?
Back from
Can we download it?
war, are we?
What's the deal?
Good.
Broomba! Fucking 23 months as well, almost 2 years. Subs to excessive profanity cost you more than a copy of Blood Omen, mate. How's that? Sub to the best variety streamer on Twitch. Thanks for the awesome content, gameplay, entertainment, and of course the funny moments when the kids enter the conversation. Cheers, brother. My pleasure. My show's changed over the years, for sure. But it's because of cunts like you that I can keep doing it and keep growing and keep changing, you know, keep getting older. Get older together, brother. Thank you. Enjoy Blood Omen. I think it's 4v4. Okay, so we need 8 people, 7 people, including myself, that are willing to either buy the game or, assuming we can get a copy of the game through other means, then yeah, get it together, make sure that we can connect to each other, and then have a community night of humans versus vampires. I'd be down. I'd be down to do one soon and then do another one later if it's good, you know? We don't have to wait till the end of the series, per se. We just need to hook it up. I've got to start using the Discord more, I think. I don't, you know? I've never used it. And, no, really, I've only ever used it for Comp Force, really. You don't have to buy it. We can get it set up by having everyone join the Nosgoth Discord. All the steps are mapped out there. Okay, great. So we just need people that can commit to this time slot then. On either, you know, Mondays or Fridays. Or I guess Sunday nights or Thursday nights, depending on where you are. And once we get enough people to commit, we can do it. I just don't want to set it all up and you know get everybody excited for it, and then we don't have enough people. I mean, I'm down. Yeah, as long as your teeth aren't fucking, you know, on the fritz. Fucking unreliable piece of fucking shit that you are. No, that's good. We've got 2. Uthi's on, that's 3. Grick's on, that's 4. We're halfway there. Maybe Raid's around, maybe he's not. You know, we could put him on the bench. But yeah, if we can find 4 more cunts that are into it. What I remember of Nosgoth was if a vamp grabbed you, you were soul? Shit out of luck. Got it. Yeah, I heard the vampires are way overpowered in that. Depending on the time. Yeah, well. As I said, it'd be now. On Mondays or Fridays. So we've just gone into another time traveling device inside the swamps where Vorador's mansion is. That's kind of I didn't expect that. It's got the Mobius time symbol on it, but I didn't expect him to have more than one time travel device. Unless this does something different.
I had no choice but to act purely on blind faith. There was no way to tell what era this device was tuned to, and I had neither the knowledge nor the means to set the machine myself. I hesitated only briefly.
Fuck it, let's
then,
go.
Throwing the switch, I hurled myself into oblivion and relinquished my will to the hand of fate.
Where to now? Our 4th time zone in this game so far, I think? Awesome. Maybe, Zyako, yeah, maybe. I just don't want to rely on that. Vamps are a fucking menace, but a human who could actually hit his shots is just as dangerous. Nice. Kind of like AVP. And I was a big AVP player, especially AVP 2 back in the day. And I played human, by the way. Believe it or not. I was a sniper in AVP 2. In our LAN days. I could hit a fucking face hugger running along the wall from across the fucking map. And it was great when you did too, because some other cunt in the room would stand up and go, "What the fuck?" You give him a little smirk. Oh, I know how to shoot. I had a mate, Tob, who always played an alien. And he only ever attacked you as an alien if he could sneak up behind you. He had to be able to come up behind you, hit the key that made the alien sound to let you know that he was there, and then kill you. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother. You could watch him and he'd sneak up on people and then like sneak away because it wasn't the right time, you know? That cunt was a fucking alien. And then Kenner, our helicopter pilot in Battlefield 1942, Desert Combat, was also our predator. I remember Natural Selection, yeah. I never played that much of it. It never, I don't know why, I feel like I just somehow missed the fucking boat on it or something. There was a Natural Selection 2 as well that I never played properly either. It just yeah. For some reason, there were just never games going. Whoa.
Beyond all hope and against all probability, it seemed that the device had unerringly delivered me to the era I sought.
Oh, you knew that as soon as you walked out?
These were Sarafan banners. And these vampires apparently the victims of their crusade.
Okay, he knew that when he walked in.
The coincidence seemed too convenient to naively ascribe to fate. But whether my opportune arrival had been orchestrated by Mobius or some other influence, I didn't know.
Somebody tuned the fucking machine.
If Janos Audrin still lived, I would find him. But I was wary of further deception.
Okay.
And resolved to tread carefully.
Very cool. I do... Soul Reaver 1 is a pretty shit video game, I think. But I gotta say, Soul Reaver 2 is like 1,000 times better. Even just as a game. The variety, the way the story influences what's actually happening where you are, you know? Like, there's a couple moments in Soul Reaver 1, like you get to the Sarafan tomb and it's like, wow, I'm in a location. But this is a constant... scene after scene of you're in a sweet ass fucking location. So now we are, I believe, 500 years before the events of Blood Omen, when Vorador, the last vampire, will at some point kill the last of the Sarafan? That hasn't come to pass yet, though. Right now, the vampires are being hunted and slaughtered by the Sarafan armies. And Yanis, the first vampire, I think, perhaps the first time that these demons became a vampire, or the first human that they turned, something like that. There's definitely a story to Yanis. The first vampire it reigns supreme currently, perhaps. I think he was the one that started killing humans to such a degree that the humans fought back and the Sarafan were created or established as a result. Something like that. Vorador kills the 6 members of the Circle of 9. Right, that will be a little bit after this, right? Maybe a couple hundred years after this, I'm not sure, but I feel like I did have an answer to that at one point. Either way, in the future, there's a giant statue of Yanis and buried ruins of a long-forgotten civilization. That same place should perhaps not be long forgotten if we were to go there now. So that's my first destination. There's no more beasties and monsters in the swamp. Just Sarafan banners everywhere. How cool. The doors are still doors. Janos, yeah. Janos, the first vampire. At the very beginning of Blood Omen, the first thing you do, I think, in Blood Omen, after you come out of your coffin, is find a vampire's heart in another coffin somewhere in the tomb where you were buried. And I'm fairly certain that was Janos' heart that you ripped out of the coffin and ate. I think that's right. That's where a bit of the retconning started to hit. The Heart of Darkness. Yeah, that's where a bit of the retconning started to hit for me here, where I was like, wait a second, how does that all fit in? But not in a serious way. Fucking mixer. Janos Audrin was the last of the ancient vampires. Oh, not Vorador? Well, Vorador is not an ancient vampire. He was also the first to prey upon humans in the last age of the vampires. He wasn't the first, but the last living ancient vampire. And the one who created Vorador, then? It says it was alleged to be from Janos. Ah, clever. Why they have not made a show about Legacy of Kain? Yeah, I don't know either. Idiots. Maybe this remaster was to gauge interest for a Netflix fucking cartoon or something. Because you find many. Well, I'm not talking about the ones you find after that. I'm talking about the first one you find. It's past prime to get a show, and now it would be a trash show. Wait, why would it be a trash show? If you say because I said so, I'm gonna smack you. Because the vampires won't be sexy. I feel like now is exactly the right time, you know? You got Castlevania cartoons on Netflix, you got Devil May Cry's, you've got Blood of the Gods, you've got all these American style anime shows being greenlit by Amazon, given budgets. Devil May Cry anime is doo-doo though. I haven't watched it, but it not being something that you enjoy doesn't mean that a Legacy of Kain anime couldn't be made that you would enjoy, does it? I haven't enjoyed many of the Soldier Bait shows that I've seen, so I guess you can smack my gob. Well, just because are you saying you haven't enjoyed it, or are you saying they were trash? Or are you pretending like those are the same thing, and that your opinion is the arbiter of quality? Because when you say it's trash, you're attempting to make an objective statement, right? Do you stand by that, or are you just saying, I don't like it? DMC I thought was trash. Fair enough. As in, you just thought it was poorly written, the characters were bad, what they'd done with the series and the license wasn't representative of the product, right? I feel I can see that. I'd have confidence in a Legacy Kain anime if it were helmed by the folks behind the Castlevania anime, sure. Which I loved, but I only saw the first 2 seasons, fair enough. Characters, writing, representation. Yeah, fair enough. 100% right on DMC. Castlevania 1 was passable? Okay. Well, look, I'll just tell you, as a greater mind than you, Castlevania 1 was not passable. It was exceptional. It had great characters, it had a great story, had great acting. The art was beautifully drawn. It
killing fields of the Seraphim
ticked every box that it needs to tick.
Orderly ruthlessness, the cold-blooded righteousness of the true believer.
You just didn't enjoy it, which is, and I know this is difficult to understand, difficult to accept, and I don't mean to be condescending, but who you are, what you believe, what state of mind you're in, what you watched it on. Was it on a giant screen OLED with big cinema speakers, or did you watch it on a phone? All of these things, and thousands of other factors. Did you have a fight with your wife before you turned it on? You know, do you even have a wife? Or do you watch anime alone in a dark room by yourself? All of that is going to have a profound impact on whether or not you liked the Castlevania adaptation on Netflix. But it wasn't passable. By comparison to all other attempts known to man of what it was trying to do, how it was trying to do it, it was exceptional. It did it properly. And if you need more further proof, well then you can start looking at the court of public opinion, right? I don't. I know what the criteria are for quality, and I'm not saying it was 10 out of 10s in them or whatever, but it ticked the boxes. It didn't cross them. It sounds to me, from everyone I've spoken to, that the DMC anime did not tick those boxes. It was not representative of the characters. It did not tell a story that was equal to or greater than the story that was told in Devil May Cry. But then again, compared to the story that was told in Castlevania, which is kind of wishy-washy and all over the place, I feel like it had a harder job. Devil May Cry is kind of better set down, you know? You don't have to like it. You can have problems with it. But I feel like using it as a case now to suggest that if a group of people went out there today and attempted to adapt the story of Legacy of Kain into an 8-part single-season cartoon with voice actors like Simon Templeton reprising the role of Kain or something like that, which is absolutely within the realm of possibility, if not likely, I'd like to believe that there's a greater than not chance that it would be earnest and successful. And I'm not a fucking optimist. Thank you very fucking much. I'm a pessimist, and you make me
Another expletive has returned.
seem like a happy-go-lucky
Welcome
scamp.
back.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Prince, how are you, mate? What's going on, dude? The creator of the DMC one also tried to take credit for DMC 5's success. Good morning, Dave. How are you, mate? Good to see you, dude. What's going on? Dave drew some pretty sweet fucking excessive profanity art the other day that has kind of a Soul Reaver vibe about it. Kind of a vampire lord sitting on his throne. I haven't transferred it over to this computer, but I will. I've got to get it on my screensaver rotation. Thanks again for yet another lovely, beautiful celebration of your time here in this channel, represented not just financially, but with your beautiful talents as an artist. Thank you, Dave. You were definitely going for that vibe. Awesome. The good anime of DMC is the one that was free on YouTube like 15 years ago, made by the Japanese people. Look it up. The soundtrack's on point. Better than Evanescence, coming back after 500 years as a zombie. Are you sure? I actually really like that Evanescence track, I gotta say. What was it again? I can't remember now. Apparently I didn't like it enough to remember it, but I did like it. It almost made me want to watch this show. I will say I'm a crab ass on most things. I don't mind the condescending. Okay. I'm just saying, you know, it's easy to hate stuff, and I do too, but a lot of the stuff that I hate, like Soul Reaver, I can definitely still critique whether or not things work or things don't work, yeah? I don't have to always view everything through my lens of me and what I enjoy, yeah? Afterlife. I just, whenever I think of that, I just hear Bring Me to Life, you know? Bring me to life, wake me up inside, you know, which is not, that's like old Evanescence. That's like Underworld. Not fucking the new one. I can't, it's too similar, I can't, yeah. No, I know it's original, I've heard it, I just can't hear the difference. Am I the only one who knows the old anime DMC series? I know I'm old, but damn, look up DMC Elena Houston episode. Never heard of it. The Netflix series is trash. People keep telling me that, which is why I haven't bothered to watch it. Maybe someday I'll get really bored and I will, but I don't want to. If people don't think it's good, obviously I like formulating my own opinion on these things, but there are certain things where I'm like, Yeah. I love the Castlevania series. I even like the new one, Nocturne. I think it's pretty good. I like what they do with the gods. And the idea of vampire gods, you know, and again, I like the characters. There are a lot of really good scenes. There are a lot of things I don't like about Castlevania's original television series, particularly the 4th season. I think they did Isaac dirty and all sorts of critiques and comments and stuff. But using that as a basis for why you think a Legacy of Kain animated series would be trash is fucking... I just think it's disingenuous. I don't think you've thought it through properly. And I know Uthi to be someone who typically does think these things through. So it struck me as not to your character, Uthi. So Castlevania 1 was a 6 or a 7? Fair enough. And do we not want 7s?
By all that is holy! Here at last, in the flesh, I beheld my former brothers
I think we want 7s.
The warrior priests of the Sarafan Order. Their lives devoted solely to the annihilation of the vampire plague. And while I confess, I felt a twinge of longing, a pang of grief for what I had believed was my lost virtue. I regarded them now with none of the reverence I formerly felt. For I had seen the human face of the vampires, and now I beheld the monstrousness of these men.
Cute. It's a little, tell, not show, this game. Have you noticed with Raziel's constant describing of events? Like, they certainly don't want you to feel a certain way about things. Whereas, for example, Guillermo del Toro's masterpiece, Frankenstein, from 2025, was absolutely that cutscene spread out over 3 hours with gorgeous characters, gorgeous sets, and fantastic writing. This was like the description, like the synopsis of that film, you know? If you were told what is that film about, it's that cutscene. This is definitely a bit tell, not show. But given the circumstances surrounding its design, and when it was designed, I don't imagine most kids who are growing up with this minded being told what to see, you know? Hey, Luna. How you going? Good? Who are you chatting to? Other than us? Who are you cheating on us with? Casey, it looks like we're getting some juicy, wetty backstory here. I want to know more. I want to know more about why the greatest name on Twitch, Wet for Jesus, was lost to history. What happened? And give me that good wetty law. 7 are great and above average. Yeah, it's. I feel like we fall into this trap where it's like we don't want 7s, you know, because 7 getting an animated series of Legacy of Kain that's a 7 wouldn't be good for us because it's such a beautiful thing, and I wouldn't want it spoiled or sullied in any way. But it's not. That's not reality, right? Like we've always got this. This is fine. We've always, having a 7 would be great, wouldn't it? Having an animated series with all new soundtrack and a cast of voice actors getting back together again and working on a sweet project and some sweet ass fucking animators, you know, fucking who grew up with Legacy of Kain, drawing out things that they dreamed of as kids, and like all of you get all that together and it's a 7 and it makes money. Fuck yeah, let's do it, you know? And that feels not only possible in today's world, but likely. To me, I feel like the DMCs are... Well, I don't know, I really liked Blood of the Gods as well. Have you seen that one? The cool, like, you know, Greek god war story. I didn't mind it. I don't think I watched the latest season, but yet. But it's good. It's good. It's got a nice, kid from nowhere, blood of the gods. Gets wrecked. It's kind of like a Hercules story, but in the same kind of animated style and the same kind of production value. I want more of that stuff, personally, and I think using stories from our childhood that are of this quality. I think Legacy of Kain deserves that treatment, I think the story and the quality of the acting is good enough to justify spending the money, what would be millions and millions of dollars, to try, anyway. And it's not like they only do it when a video game's relevant. Like, they didn't make the Castlevania TV series to increase interest in Castlevania because a new Castlevania was coming or something, did they? There's no new Castlevania. Konami don't give a fuck. They're just selling the IP. If the cunts who own this IP, who published this? Aspia? Crystal Dynamics still own it by the look of it. Who's Aspia? Arspire. Who the hell is Arspire? Aspire. I get it. Oh, it's Embracer. Oh, nice. A next level developer and publisher. Okay, cool. Aspire, yeah, no, I get it. I like Arspire better though. Right. Look at the license we bought from somebody else. Look at the license we bought from somebody. Look at the license we bought from somebody. Look at the license we bought. Just other people's shit that we bought. Cool. Well, I mean, if they wanted to sell the rights and flip it, basically, maybe not to Markiplier levels of success, but I feel like there's a market for it. I don't see why they wouldn't. Straight fucking injection of cash, right? Netflix would fucking eat it up, I'm sure. Anyway, we've arrived here, and Raziel sees how fucked up the humans are. Even though they were the good guys. And he was one of them.
Free your soul, demon.
Yeah. And this is how they treat me? I'm one of you! I'm a Sarafan fucking general! Huh? Yeah? Yeah. Fuck. Disgusting. I love that they put you against fucking like 10 of them as well. So you really feel it. Whoa. Oh, Sarafan mages? Cool. Too bad there's no combat in this game. It'd be fun to fight these guys. You dirty slut. I love. Oh my god, that's actually sick. That's actually fucking sick. You're gonna fuck. Cheeky cunt. Cheeky cunts. Here I am sassing my way through, and you give me this. Looks like I could just walk up here. There's a lot of enemy variety around these areas. Yeah. I was going to say there's a lot of window dressing around these areas. That if you wanted to, you could walk up to that window dressing and you could repeatedly press one button. If you wanted to. Like, it's a possibility. I don't know why you would want to, but if for some reason that seemed like something you want to do, then you could totally do it. That's an option that you have with Soul Reaver. It wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be beneficial to you in any way, you know, but you definitely could. Neverwinter Nights? Yeah, bro. I think Legacy of Kain deserves the same quality as Blood of the Gods, but with the same deep narrative as Castlevania. Not Nocturne. And they didn't do it on the same level as Warren Ellis. You didn't like Nocturne? Nocturne was good fun. Also, I appreciate your compliment about my usual takes. I don't care for compliments from many people, but I hold yours to a high degree, not to slob on you. Well, thank you. And I don't mean to condescend. I just felt like you were better than that. It seemed far too off the cuff for you. And we've known each other for a while, mate. Just for fun, the DMC anime was produced by Artie Shank. I know, the fucking eyeliner guy. And written by Alex Larson. They're a nightmare duo that love working together. Let's look at Artie first. In 2018, he somehow got the rights to produce a DMC anime. Also had a hand in the DMC reboot from 2013. It's hard to tell how much impact he had, because he has a habit of taking credit for everything. One of those guys. 11 years ago, before his name was widespread, there was a Reddit thread asking interns of terrible bosses to share their experiences, and one spoke up and said Artie Shankar. My favorite quote, every day he would share pictures of sluts he was banging. Who was it? Thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are. You cheeky bugger, for gifting us up to Uthi. Welcome back, Uthi. Cheers, mate. Kiddo's back at school as of Friday. I know some kids started last week. Yeah. Some started Wednesday, some Thursday, some Friday. He was Friday with an assessment on Thursday. But he's back in the full swing of it now. Yes, too. I too love to share all the pictures of sluts I am banging. Of course you do, you know. Being the skank that you are, who doesn't? No, I know what you're saying. That kind of crassness in the film and television and video game development industry. He was one of those nerdy chads that was going around to all the actual nerds in the development house and talking about how much fucking gash he was slaying, you know? We know the type. Everybody knows. Everybody's heard the stories at Blizzard and shit, right? To be expected. I'm a massive hussy? Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you be? Get into it. Fucking get in there, live life, enjoy it. You gotta know who you are and fucking own it. That said, you've also been married, you know. You've also had a quiet life with the house and the hubby, and decided not into that shit anymore, you know. So good, fucking live life, enjoy. I say, play the hand that you're being dealt, and enjoy it. Enjoy the game. I say. What's happening? Why are you fucking me up, bro? Dude, absolutely rinsed me. What the fuck? I thought Nocturne started off well, but its narrative went off a cliff at the last couple of episodes, and it felt completely stupid in its treatment of portraying certain characters just to look stylish. Did it? Huh. I've only done that one run. I can't remember. I just remember the Blood God and Blood Goddess and some pretty cool fights and cameos and stuff. Like it's a bit fucking fan servicey, but most of the shit that I like is, you know, Metal Gear, Bayonetta. I guess we live in a world where some people think that pay-to-win games are bad, but free-to-play games are fine because they sell you the aesthetics, and the aesthetics aren't part of the game, so it's okay. I'd put those people in internment camps if I could, and let them rot. Like, that's how passionately I feel about how much aesthetic has to play, as a role to play, in video games and art. And to the same token, I like it when things are stylish and sexy. I don't think everything, it's ironic coming from the perspective of somebody who studied writing, but I don't think everything is supposed to be just about the quality of the writing, unless it's a fucking book. In which case, it's literally the only thing that matters. But when you bring something to the screen, you lose the necessity for the writing to be the only thing that matters. And you can lean and rest on other areas. And again, you can make good, reasonably good stuff. I don't think everything needs to be perfect. I do enjoy a good bit of fan service and a good bit of aesthetic. I don't have a problem with any of that at all. I'm loving the aesthetic right now of Ustenfackenheim, or wherever the fuck I am, back when it was at its peak. The last time I saw this place was in Blood Omen, destroyed by demons. And then, more recently, destroyed by some other cunt, many, many years ago. Probably Janos, in the Vampire Wars. And now, it's at its prime, isn't it? Adopted by the Sarafan. Look at this gorgeous place. It's fucking magnificent. So I don't know. I'm okay with just to look stylish sometimes, and I certainly felt like it hit well. I think a lot of that stuff doesn't hit so well if you watch it on a fucking phone, but a lot of people, for example, they watch this stuff on their computer monitors, if you can believe it. Yeah, I watched the new Castlevania anime on my computer with my headphones. Oh. And you had a different experience than I did when it comes to the action scenes. The ones with the massive fucking characters fighting in really cool epic ways with the soundtrack going hard. It doesn't matter what screen you watch it on. Alright, Netflix CEO. Calm down. It absolutely matters when it comes to style. The size of the screen, the quality of the screen, the size of the speakers, the quality of the sound. That's cinema. And what we're talking about is cinema, right? One could argue that the story takes a backseat in the cinema to the cinematic, wouldn't you say? But not so with books. Could a case be made? If I made that case, would you be on board, Fusion? I don't know. It didn't stick out as super bad to me, but I haven't done any research and cross-referenced it with what other people said on Reddit and blah blah blah. I watched it and I liked it. I'm on the TV, entertain me. I fucking will. With high quality aesthetics. There's nothing worse than asking someone who looks cool as fuck, how did you get that? And they go, I bought it. I don't get that one. Tetris is a classic with the writing? Yeah. Now Larson, I don't have any proof, but I suspect he was a Nepo baby because a writer this mediocre wouldn't keep getting gigs based on merit. Anyway, he wrote the 2021 anime Yasuka, that renowned masterpiece. Never heard of it. And anime so bad, it got Flying Lotus, who produced the soundtrack, to defend himself on Twitter with, guys, I didn't write this anime, it's not my fault. He also wrote Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix in 2023, produced by Artie. As in Far Cry Blood Dragon? I never heard of that either. I loved the game, but never heard of Captain Laserhawk. Okay. Writing's an important component, but playing an actual game needs challenges to overcome, visual atmosphere, style, slightly different with TV. But they're not novels, exactly. I think a lot of people, when they criticize games and they criticize, like Last of Us, for example, if you haven't heard people talk about The Last of Us 2 and argue vehemently against its quality, but then only ever talk about the story, then you haven't been listening, because that's almost all that ever happens, right? The only criticisms I ever hear leveled at it, it's always about the story and the characters. It's never about the gameplay in the video game, and it's never talking about the graphics. It's never talking about the level design, which is fucking mastercraft in level design, you know, verticality and different types of enemies, ones that can see, ones that can hear, ones that can communicate with each other, ones that can't, you know, and how the level design influences and plays with all of that. Underwater areas and how you can use that to avoid detection. Like, it's absolutely stunning. And also just very immersive and beautiful. It doesn't talk about the animation quality and the AI quality for the NPCs. All of this doesn't get discussed because apparently Last of Us 2 is a piece of shit. Total dog shit trash. Because of something to do with the story or something. Oh yeah. Cool.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost
I don't know
as
when
old
that
as
became
me.
the only thing people cared about in video games and television. Thanks, Hellerman. How you going, dude? Thanks for 82. Much like Fusion mentioning before, you know, a lack of writing and an overabundance of style. When it comes to TV, people talk about the quality of the narrative the most. I'm watching through Game of Thrones again for the umpteenth time, only up to season 4, because I hate the fucking story thereafter. But I'm a hypocrite, right? Because there's a lot of stuff to really enjoy in the seasons of Game of Thrones that I don't like because of the story. I guess if I didn't have the first 4 seasons, I'd probably be watching it. What if Game of Thrones, you know, had a shit story for the first 4 seasons as well? Would I watch it again? I don't know, probably not. And yet, so much to enjoy in terms of production design, set design, acting, character, portrayal, you know, props and location. There's so much gorgeous art there that doesn't revolve around the story. It's tough. Dance for me, black and white man. My computer has a 2K QD OLED, and I recently got some Ordees Maxwell. The important stuff will be experienced on my PC from now on. There'll be a time in the future, Doodle, when you realize how much you fucked up. But it won't be for a while. I'll let you get there on your own. With all the cosmetics being paid for in these games, I've seen people looking cool. I ask where they get the stuff, and it's just buying skins. Yeah, exactly. Like every single person in Path of Exile, right? The Blood Goddess stuff was cool, and Richter Belmont was fun. But Alucard not being able to keep going in a fight felt a bit off in the choreography. Okay. I agree. I also enjoy the fan service, and I agree you lose some of that stuff in an adapted medium to the screen, but sometimes I feel like they could keep the same quality as the characters are in the games, while also keeping the same quality of the narrative that the medium is. So, yeah, and that is well said. You are definitely able to look at these sorts of things, compare them to other works, know your stuff about the source material, and say this could have been adapted better. Absolutely. And you don't understand why. Like, obviously the writers are good and the people know what they're doing. Why was it written this way? And if you feel that way about that, I wouldn't judge you. You clearly know more about it than I do. But I do think we get hung up a bit too much on stories, particularly adaptations, being perfect, and not enjoying enough the other stuff in video games and in TV. that's all there as well, and it all plays a role. Gameplay for Last of Us seemed closer to MGS. It's 100% MGS. The only thing since MGS that feels MGS. Last of Us too bad because Dad died. Okay, yeah, cool. Thanks for that. Next. I could understand if it was mainly a story-driven game. Like what? What the fuck's a story-driven game? Legacy of Kain? Or do you mean Telltale's visual novels? Because I wonder about the term game being used in that context. This dishonest criticism of Last of Us 2 is one of the worst examples of that sort of crap. I agree, but it just paints a picture of how many people only care about plot and character, and they're everywhere. There's no nuance at all. They're also the kinds of people that typically only watch a movie once, only play a game once, don't collect physical. It's much easier to just rent it on your TV because you don't need it for later, do you? They don't have any interest in special features and directors' fucking commentary tracks and learning more about the craft and how things put together. And I believe it's Dunning-Kruger or something. I can never remember these fucking concepts. But the idea that the more you learn about something, the more you learn an instrument, the more you realize how much there is to learn. At face value, it might be like piano. Okay, yeah, like you just press the keys, whatever. But once you spend a decade playing piano every day, you start to see just how much there is to playing piano. And then only from that viewpoint are you able to really see what is required of you and how far you have to come and how you could spend an entire life doing one thing and never even get close to being good at it, right? The same thing sort of happens when you look at film, when you look at game design, when you look at writing, which is where I first did it. You realize just how much is there once you start looking, and that's when you start to appreciate just how high the quality really is when you're not just looking at the plot. How many times have you heard people say, yeah, that movie's shit, I saw the twist coming? Like, is that not a very common phrase? I hear it all the time. And it's like, oh. So the whole movie, the whole thing, you saw that it was a little predictable. And you, based on your take and your experiences in your life, managed to see the breadcrumbs that had been placed there by the writer and put it together what the twist would be before it actually was revealed. And because of that, don't like it. Sorry, Dunning-Kruger's unashamed confidence of knowing something you don't know very well. Right, cool. What you're describing is much more preferential character, understanding how little we know.
Ah, yes.
Something to do with
the smell of
learning.
Devotion.
Specific learning.
Welcome back, old friend.
Like once you learn
We've missed you.
how to learn, you learn how much there is to learn, and then that then allows you an appreciation. Like you look at things differently and you judge them differently. You critique them differently when you understand what it took to put them together, as opposed to just sitting on the couch and fucking $6.99 rental. I'll watch that. Yeah, it was all right. Okay, Toxic, how you going, man? Thanks for 29 months. Cheers, dude. What's cracking? If it comes to movies or TV, if I want to see explosions, I go watch Michael Bay. I know I'm going to get a crap story, but pretty booms. Know what you want. Go for the right source for them. I'm not going to go to McDonald's looking for a 5-star meal. Yeah, I mean, what you're describing is there's different kinds of cinema, like popcorn cinema. Can you not think of any examples of a fantastic popcorn film that has a great story as well, though? Like, is The Predator not a good story? This is a popcorn flick, isn't it? I think it's got a wonderful story. It's got great characters. It's got it all. What? Terminator 2? Sure. I mean, that. Why 2? Why not 1? Is 1 not the same story? Does 1 not get the credit? Why does Cameron get the credit. I don't know. Anyway, in the film scene, there's a bit of hate for Terminator 2 because of it getting credit for what Terminator 1 did. But yeah, from a screenplay perspective, anyway. And I understand the difference of going, for different things. I didn't get The Lighthouse and watch it every fucking, month because I'm, looking for a hardcore action flick. I like watching the Lighthouse because it makes me feel a certain way. It sets an atmosphere. It puts me in a mood and an environment, and I get to watch two of my favorite actors play two of my favorite characters in what I consider to be a masterclass of performance. And then, thanks to my friend buying me the screenplay book, I get to read the little stories in there and the anecdotes. I get to read thoughts from, Willem Dafoe on why he started working with Eggers in the first place and how that came to be and how The Lighthouse came to be as a result of that. And that all makes me want to watch The Lighthouse again, even more, and appreciate it even further. If you care and you want to know more and you look deeper into things, you start to enjoy them more. I guess what I'm saying is it's very easy to just judge and just criticize. And I'm not saying that Fusion does or did in this particular case. It's just very easy to do that because plot just seems to be everything these days. Doesn't matter if it's a video game, a movie, TV show, or obviously a book. If the plot isn't exactly what you want it to be, everything else is irrelevant. And I think that is ridiculous. Particularly in the case of a video game. Ridiculous. That said, a very good story can carry a very average game. If you look hard enough, you can find proof of that. Use every type of a weapon to finish the enemy. Hey, nice, look at that. Predator Badlands had a great story too. It was a pretty bloody familiar story. Impressing daddy and getting revenge. Honestly, I don't think the story was why I enjoyed Badlands. What part of Badlands' story did you enjoy? Exactly. Did it go somewhere you didn't think it would go? Did it do something you weren't expecting it to do? Did it make you feel a certain way that you don't normally feel? What did the story do for you? I'd say it was a reason for the action to exist. That was perfect popcorn cinema. But I'm not like, when I think of Badlands, I can't actually remember how it fucking ended now. What the fuck happened? Oh. Yeah, no, honestly, I felt like the last half of that film was kind of a wash, to be honest. Started teaming up with the big monster to kill the dad or something, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw you sitting behind that door fucking peeking at me, you cheeky bugger. Off through... We should be very close now to this city where the last ancient vampire, Janos, is revered. Wonder if he's been killed yet. No, he wouldn't have been killed yet because we came here specifically to see him. But it looks like they've got him penned in. I like the fact that it showed the lore of Yautja to a general audience. Oh, like as in who are the Predator? Or was Yautja the specific clan of Predators? It was formulaic. Yeah, but
after my long journey,
fine.
I
think it was a great story.
A
great story
of enlightenment. For here was Janos Audrin's mountain retreat, intact and unblemished. The upheaval that would one day topple
There's
this
the
ancient
statue.
edifice had not yet occurred.
Indeed.
And while I had no certainty that Yano still lived, this scene boded well, for I presumed that the collapse of the retreat must have followed the ancient vampire's demise. There was only one obstacle: how to reach the balcony suspended at that maddening height, so far beyond my reach. For this was the architecture of winged creatures. The tattered ruins of my wings were of no use. I would need to devise some other means into that mountain.
Awesome. Winged vampires. So the ancient vampires, the demons, this is the last of them. And he must have passed his blood onto the new generation of vampires, which then grew to such a degree that they were wiping the humans out. The humans fought back, and now we're at the point in history where the humans have the last of the ancient vampires penned in, and basically every other vampire destroyed, with the exception of Vorador and perhaps some others. A select few. The first Avatar movie I didn't enjoy because the story was revolutionary amazing. It was the crazy art in detail and the 3D. Well, it was the first 3D film I saw in the cinema, and I was high off my ass, and I fucking loved it. I was so ready for Avatar. Like, it was so much hype about Avatar, and then I was in the car park in Lang fucking Warren, and I was smoking doobies with me boys, and then we all went in stoned as fuck and put 3D goggles on for the first time and watched a 3D film, and fuck, it was good. I even bought it on Blu-ray. One of the very first collector's edition Blu-rays that I bought. And I watched it at home, and I couldn't fucking believe what was happening. All I could see was the story now. Oh boy. Were there some problems? I don't remember the story at all when I first saw Avatar. It was like, oh yeah, basic reason for things to be happening. Cool. You know, whatever. I didn't even consider it. It was quite the opposite. I didn't go in for story. Funny how we go in for certain things without even realizing it. The race itself. Yeah, okay. So you wanted more backstory about who the predators were and where they come from. And that's why you enjoyed it. That's what I liked least about it, because I thought Prey was really good at giving us more backstory in the same way that Predator 2 had, without overtly showing us or telling us, you know? I liked Predator. I like Predator best when there's little references and little nods to a greater universe, but not showing it. I think stories are best when you can imagine what happened before and what happened after the story, because it's so well structured, so well built out. But I don't think there's ever a benefit to going into it, personally. But that's a personal choice, and that comes from studying world building and writing, I think. Whereas, again, contradictorily, I love fan service, so I should enjoy it. And I'll tell you right now, I fully expected to hate Predator Badlands, just like I hated The Predator, which I think was Shane Black's one, and Predators, plural, both of which I turned off and never thought about again, never spoke about it again until now. Whereas I own the first two Predators multiple times. I have 2 copies of the first two Predators, a DVD and a 4K of each. I even enjoyed AVP as a fun little spin-off. The second one, however, there's no enjoying the second AVP. Prey is the reason I watched Predator Badlands, because I wasn't expecting Prey at all, and it came out of nowhere, and actually genuinely was a good fucking Predator film with a reasonably good story, reasonably good characters, and reasonably good reason for existing, and exceptional action. And that's all I needed, you know? That's all I... When was it Copsley before? No, Big Doodle maybe? No. Who was talking about going in for an action flick, you know? And just getting an action flick. You get what you expect. That's kind of how I felt about that. Because I went in at that level, it was better than I thought it would be. It was better than the expectations I had set for it, and so I loved it, you know? But then Predator Badlands was fine. But I don't think about it, and I don't talk about it. Prey, I do. And I wonder, is Prey actually better than Predator Badlands, or did I just... My expectation for Prey was nothing. And so... I exceeded, yeah? My expectation for Predator Badlands was here because the Prey put it there, and so it come down. Do you know what I mean? Like, the quality may have nothing to do with it, but just who I am, what my experiences are, what I've watched before, and what I'm thinking when I go in, that seems to play the biggest role on why I feel the way I do. Just, you know, critiquing myself on why I critique this way. That's what it feels like to me. The SimCity 2K bassinet player just showed up in this soundtrack. Prey was fantastic. They actually cared about it and took it very seriously. Do you think it was a better quality film than Badlands? I can't tell. I think I like it more. But I can't tell if I think it's better quality. I guess it doesn't try to explain who the Predators are and what they do. It just redoes the Predator again with some lovely little nods to the others. That's what I like about it, I guess. My expectation for Badlands dropped when I first saw the trailer showing the synth girl. I just finished Death Stranding 2, so Ellie Fanning was right on my mind. So I ended up being pleasantly surprised and pleased. Fair enough. Again, your experiences. I haven't seen Badlands, but the premise intrigues me more. Okay, well, let me know when you see it. Are there any films you like, but think are technically a piece of crap on multiple levels? Yeah. Let me think. Shit. I know I've got examples of this. I just can't think of them right now. It's kind of like guilty pleasures, you know? Fuck. I've got examples. Hey Shiggles, hang on, mate. I've got examples of this.
Yes.
I've had this conversation before.
Proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend. We've missed you.
Sark, thanks for 32, mate. Cheers. I think about it when I'm watching them, you know. I unashamedly love this because of who I am and what I grew up with, but I don't think it's good. One of my crap films I love is Legend. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe iRobot to go into that vein. Is you know, not a very good film and not a very good adaptation, but I think I think of it fun. Warcraft, yep, love Warcraft, love the Warcraft movie. Love Travis Fimmel in the lead. I think it's garbage. What else? There really is a lot. It's just when you're asked, it's hard to think of them because they don't rank in your lists, you know? They're not in your list. The Spy Kids films, fair enough. The Room, that's a whole nother kettle of fucking fish, isn't it? That's the whole, the person who made it thinks that it's good, unironically, and the people who watch it, ironically, enjoy it because of how bad it is. That's a special case, and there's a few others like it.
Free your soul, dear.
Leave me alone. wasn't sure if I had my air Reaper on. I didn't. Nice. Good. Ah, there you go. The Hobbit. That's it. I like the first Hobbit. Maybe, yeah. No. I fucking hate the Hobbit films so fucking much. With every fiber of my being, they're certainly not a guilty pleasure for me at all. When I put any of them on that isn't the first one, I feel sick to my stomach. I can't stand it. But there are like Smaug the Dragon scenes. Any scenes with Ian McKellen, and honestly with Martin Short as well. Martin Freeman, sorry. Martin Short. You want me to walk down here? Oh! Cheeky. Looks like a big bumhole just fucking opened up and welcomed me. Is this the Elder One's bumhole? The Elder God's bumhole? Might be. Oh, now we're back underwater. Perfect. It feels ancient. Batman Forever? There you go. That's a great example. I fucking love Batman Forever. With bloody Uma Thurman and Alicia Silverstone and Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey. That's the one, right? They're all in that, I think. Terrible film. Love it. Love it. You'll never, ever make me feel bad for watching that film and enjoying every minute of it, even though I can absolutely look at it and say this is filth. Good example. Love it. Love it. It's tough when attempting to claim objectivity with these things, you know? You could easily make a case that because I love it, it is good, you know? But I don't think it's very helpful for us having conversations like this all the time, you know? If we don't attempt to create some objectivity based on what we know by comparing things to other things. Because you can definitely say certain things are good and certain things are bad, you know? People say you can't do that, it's impossible, but I've not seen any evidence of that. You can look at the first season of Game of Thrones and the 7th season of Game of Thrones, and you can know without a fucking shadow of a doubt that every fucking character in there is done dirty by completely changing the words that come out of their mouth. You can feel like those characters aren't who they were before, and they don't make you feel good when they speak. They don't keep you on the edge of your seat, you know? There's certainly clear-cut examples of things degrading in quality, and as such, an objective criteria can at least be established. And from there, you can look at all films or all TV shows, and you can say, True Detective, Season 1, why is it as good as it is, you know? And if you can do that, then you can absolutely look at the first season of some shit and look and talk about why it sucked, you know? Why does things like Broadchurch, for example, stand out so much as an exceptional piece of television, whereas there's 50,000 other cold case piece of shit fucking, you know, TV shows that come out of Britain that really just don't do much at all. This can be done, but I think it needs to be done carefully and within a certain group, you know, for us. It's fine. We don't need to be the definitive article here, the be-all and end-all of what is and isn't good, the arbiters of quality. We can just create a nice little a community impression on things, you know. Broadchurch was filmed in your town, was it really? Wow. Is it north coast of England? Like fucking those bloody cliffs? I can't remember the name of the town actually. I do remember looking it up once upon a time. I don't know where I am, by the way. I'm just stuck in another labyrinth. I was at Janos' joint. I went under the water and I went through the bum hole, and then that took me out to that area, and now I'm in the ice caves. Ooh. And now we're back outside. Cool. Space Jam? Yeah, okay. Interesting one. I enjoyed Space Jam. I don't know that it wasn't a good film. I haven't watched it in 30 years or something. maybe it was a good film. I don't know. I think that the greatest proof I have of this concept working is you can definitely watch shit that you know is good and not vibe on it too, right? Like, I know Who Framed Roger Rabbit's fucking fantastic. I just never want to watch it. I can never be fucked. It just doesn't do much for me, you know? I certainly remember liking it once upon a time, but it just doesn't come up for me. And when it does, I'm like, can't be fucked, you know? I know it's good though. It deserves its accolades. It's of the right quality. Not for me. I forced myself to watch it someday. Again, maybe I will go, oh, this is why. Yeah, but a lot of stuff to watch. Where do I need to put this fucking thing? Back down that little corridor I came from. That, maybe? Let me see. Wow, what a world! Yeah, bro! Absolutely, yeah! And The Postman! Yes! I love both of them. I have both of them on Blu-ray. Waterworld was sent to me to review, back when I did movie reviews when I was younger. But The Postman I bought myself. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's structurally it's got pacing issues. It's got some real slogs in it and stuff. I don't know that The Postman is necessarily a terrible film. But I don't know if I could claim that it's a good one. I see what I'm doing. I see what I'm doing. Maybe? No? Can't be that. Oh! No, it is. It just didn't have the symbol on it. Fill up the cup with blood. And then put it in... Whoa! It turned into truck controls. Music is great. Cloverfield, I love watching it at the cinema. Ever watched it again? I can't remember Cloverfield. Oh, wait. I can remember the cover of it. A chick's face. Half a chick's face. I don't remember. Wedding Crashers? Can't remember that either. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I do know that one. Yeah, it's garbage. Absolute tragic. But you know what? It's comedy. And comedy certainly gets measured differently, right? But, like, what are some of the best comedy films of all time? Ace Ventura: Pet Detective? Now, I heard, funnily enough, some of my friends here, they watched Ace Ventura: Pet Detective with their kid. And I also watched it with mine, fairly recently. And something happened that I had never seen happen before, never heard of happening before. They didn't watch When Nature Calls. Because in their house, that's a bad film. In mine, When Nature Calls is the good one. You only watch the first one because the first 5 minutes are hilarious. Maybe there's a couple other scenes, but the second Ace Ventura, it's like every fucking minute there's a banger joke. You're on the Slinky, and then you're on Monopoly Guy, and then it's fucking Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and then all of a sudden it's kind of hot in these rhinos. You know, it's like bang, joke after joke, right? Whereas the first one, yeah, there's a couple good bits, Bumblebee Tuna. Yeah, there's a couple good bits in Ace Ventura, and I love the structure of the film, and I think it's great. I love that it exists, because if it didn't, Ace Ventura 2 wouldn't make any sense. Like a glove. But apparently, the second Ace Ventura film, it's shit, you know? And I'm like, is that actually a thing? And of course, it's very hard with comedy because you look up online and you check the reviews, and it's like, Shawshank Redemption is the best movie ever made. Is it? Alright, that's good. Loved Shawshank Redemption. Loved the short story that Stephen King wrote too, you know? It was all great. Best movie ever made? Okay. Alright. Better than Star Wars? Oh shit. Alright. Fair enough. Oh, that was good. And then you look at Ace Ventura and it's like it's a 4.2 or something. You're like, what? I didn't decide that Ace Ventura was a 4.2. Who decided that? What's wrong with you people, you know? So, it's hard. You speak Wachuchu too? I fucking love that line. You speak Wachuchu? Every minute.
The mountain's interior was hollow, I discovered, and graced with soaring architecture unique to its creators. As with the outer facade, these balconies and galleries could only be reached by those gifted with flight. With only my ruined wings to carry me, this towering labyrinth seemed impassable.
You basically already said this.
The object of my quest lay just beyond my grasp. For here, suspended at the apex of the chamber, was the threshold that surely led to the great vampire himself.
Oh.
I didn't know whether Janos Ordrin was the monster depicted in the stronghold, or one of the noble creatures memorialized among the ruins of the ancient vampires. But I didn't care. Demon or angel, he alone held the key to my destiny.
Demon and angel. Yeah, and I wonder, like, my mate's kid is not going to think that Ace Ventura 2 is good. Right? Because in his house, it's shit, so they skip that one. In my house, I asked Xander 2 days ago who his favorite actor was, and he said number 1 is Jack Black, and number 2 is Jim Carrey. That's my fucking boy. You know? Might be the most influence I've ever had on that child. Is that his favorite actors are my favorite actors, you know? Growing up. Like, I fucking love Jack Black. His intro for Brutal Legend, and then of course, you know, Tenacious D, and fucking, Pick of Destiny, is like, after Cock Push-Ups, he's my favorite person. Now, his current generation of appeal is not to my taste, and yet, it's because of that my son loves him as much as I do. Different Jack Black, you know? Gotta give the man credit. I just watched Tropic Thunder the other day. Did you know, Grickshaft? Did you know, Tropic Thunder? Really funny shit. Did you know that Robert Downey Jr. does the commentary track for Tropic Thunder in character? Because if you didn't, enjoy. It's a whole nother. You got it in 4K, then you have the commentary track, right? Enjoy. It's up there with the greats like Ben Affleck's Armageddon one. Yeah, never. I know, right? There's a lot of, when you start going down the deep hole that is commentary track, there's so much in there. And again, you'll just love the film so much more when you're done. If you haven't seen Ben Affleck's Armageddon, good luck. It should have it. Anything physical should have it, always. It's part of the reason why they do physicals. Or, did back in the day. He says in the film he doesn't break character until the commentary's done. And that's his thing, right? Yeah. Great. Sorry, there's a good one here. I find it difficult to go back to Game of Thrones because I know how crap the second half is. I just wanted to piggyback on that. If you haven't, watch the commentary track. I'm just doing it now. Game of Thrones. Listening to D&D episode 1 talk about how they feel about making Game of Thrones and how they started making it and what they wanted to do with it, right as the fucking season ends, you know. This is filmed right as they've finished shooting, to the point where the actors haven't even seen the whole thing. It's great. It's amazing. And then the second episode is Cersei Lannister, Lena Headey, Jaime Lannister, and Robert Baratheon. And Robert Baratheon hasn't even seen the finale episode when they're doing it, right? Which is great. So you get this, and Lena Headey is just such a fucking awesome human being. She's so fun to listen to. She's so fucking funny. She's just sitting there going, oh, I fucking love a man covered in dirt, you know? She's just fucking like actually coming torrents the whole time she's watching every one of these actors on screen. Every time Jon Snow walks on the fucking screen, she's just losing her mind. It's a whole different kind of entertainment. And then the third episode is Arya Stark, Sansa Stark, and Brandon Stark. And they're all like 10 or something, right? And the intro starts straight away, just like the others. And they're talking about how it's the map style and how they loved going through this process and how it really brings you into the world. And then the third episode starts and it's just 3 kids going da 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 na na da da na na, you know, and that sets the pace. Not to mention just seeing the struggles of filming through the eyes of a group of kids that you know have no idea. Not to mention, because they were doing 2 different film locations, a lot of the actors only were in one or the other, so they didn't get to see the other half of it. Like, it's very unique. The fourth one is from the writer of the 4th episode, and that's where I stopped. I told this story the other day, but there's a scene where Ned Stark, Sean Bean, rocks up with Littlefinger, and Littlefinger's talking to him about where his wife is, right? And the writers like, I was so glad we got these actors. It was so crazy that we got them both, because it was 2 of my favorites. Littlefinger's actor from The Wire, and Sean Bean from Sharp. And I stopped and went, "What the fuck is Sharp?" Some kind of failed pilot. They did an original pilot and then a new pilot, so yeah, failed. And then you can see which scenes they took from the original pilot and put into it, because they filmed the original on 35mm. So there's these lovely grainy textures on the original 35mm scenes, like the one like when they're eating in the hall, like the celebration after King Baratheon arrives at Winterfell. There's a couple others as well, but they point out which ones. Yeah, Lena Headey's fucking... I'd love to see her working on Dread, actually, because it's one of my fucking absolute favorites. And not a guilty pleasure. It's just a masterpiece. Yeah, so this writer, 4th episode of Game of Thrones, says, Sean Bean from Sharp, I've never seen Sharp. What the fuck is Sharp? The Wire, I've only seen once, and I haven't seen the last season. I remember getting up to where Littlefinger was in it, putting it down, and never went back to it. So instantly, I bought the Blu-ray copy of The Wire, and a few days later, I bought the Blu-ray copy of Sharp as well. So I'm just waiting for that to arrive. But I've been watching Sharp every day since that day. I'm now just finished season 3, and I'm in love. I'm absolutely in love. I have no idea how this show passed me by, but Sharp is my kind of show. It's fucking incredible. Every single episode's beautiful, and has its own arc, and then it ties together this like grand narrative as well. Sean Bean's a stud muffin, and and I never fucking heard of it before. So I'm literally paused at that point in the Game of Thrones season 1 commentary track, because the dude mentions 2 fucking shows, and now I have to rewatch The Wire and watch all of Sharp before I can continue. And that, for me, that's... I'm as happy about movies and TV right now today as I have ever been in my life. Like, I feel like I'm really enjoying shit in a way that even more so than I did as a kid. And I hope in the future I look back on these years as like the best of my life, watching and enjoying things and appreciating things. You remember reading Sharp as a kid? No shit. What's it? I can't remember his name now. Was it Cormac or something like that? The author. I would really like to read them, but did a really good job with the TV show, so it's enough for me for now. Aidan Gillen, that's who he is. Thank you. Yeah, but that's it. Cornwell. Thank you. Imagine fucking like seeing these two actors and being like, fuck, they're two of my favorite actors from my favorite shows, and they're right there on the screen, and they're reading dialogue that I wrote. You know, what a great moment. And because of that passion, I'm off on a tangent, you know? Months of TV. I only get to watch a little bit every night, if that, before I hop into bed and read my book, Malazan at the moment. And yeah, it's a big part of my life that I feel really passionate about. And it came, again, from going through and watching commentary track. And being reminded that no matter how much I hate Game of Thrones season 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, and I do, but only because of the story, I actually love so many of the beautiful fucking scenes and beautiful fucking characters and beautiful props and beautiful fucking locations in those seasons. I didn't buy them because I hate the story of them, but I can so totally fucking enjoy Game of Thrones, season 1, 2, 3, and 4. Even knowing how much I hate where it goes. And a really good way to remind myself of that was to listen to how passionate the people who made it were when they were making it. That's what it did it for me anyway. Did you enjoy Hakeswill? Hakeswill. Can't seem to remember him specifically. There's a few characters he could be. It's not coming to mind though. I wonder if I can just look that up. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Sergeant Hakeswill, of course. Oh, man. That was my favorite. Straight up my favorite. Those 2 episodes. Also, Liz Hurley was in there with him. Oh, my goodness. That scene where him and Liz Hurley and Sharp, and you don't even know that she and Sharp have a relationship before that, and he just says, very nice. It's fucking so good. It's like a horrible scene where where this horrible character is trying to debase this chick, and she's like she's married to someone very important, and she's a very important lady, and she's been kidnapped by this horrible man, and they're in a cathedral, and this horrible man says to this other chick, who's also a very important lady, who's married to a very important man, that she has to pull her tits out. And this chick's like, you know, she's dying. And so Liz Hurley, fucking Liz Hurley, walks up and she's like, I'll do it, don't worry. And you're like, there's no way Liz Hurley's going to pull her fucking tits out, right? In front of the main character. And then she just fucking pulls her fucking tits out. She undoes her bodice and bang! Liz Hurley's motherfucking... I'm talking like... Liz Hurley, right? Like, does your brain go to the front cover of Bedazzled every time you hear that name? Red Latex? Brendan Fraser? Because mine does. Anyway, bang, tits out. And fucking Sharp is just look at, because obviously the bad guy's doing this just to make Sharp feel uncomfortable. He just looks at him and goes, very nice. You know, it's Sean Bean. Like a 20-year-old Sean Bean, you know? And then you find out later, she's not a proper lady. She's a whore. And her and Sharp used to fuck. And she's just been pretending to be a lady and then married into it, you know? And they don't know. So it's just fucking this beautiful, beautiful scene that, well, it wouldn't happen if you didn't have this incredibly good villain, Hakeswill, who's just fucking... probably the most unique villain I've ever seen, man. Just really out there. Absolutely unbelievable. I loved Hakesville in the show. I went and read Sharp's Tiger, which was pretty much the origin story of their rivalry. No shit. Of how they've... Because they kind of come on the scene like, you! Fucking I know you! Oh, so good. You must have a great film collection. I already love your vinyl collection. Thanks, mate. It's getting there. I just like my vinyl collection, it's curated, you know? I don't just buy shit. If I buy something, it's because I fucking love it. Because I've got a story to tell you about it, you know? It's a big part of my life. Every fucking thing that I've got, I love. I can tell you why I got it and why it means something to me. And adding something like Sharp to it is, well, got new stories now. Austin Powers? Austin Powers, bro. No, I tried to watch that with Xander last year, just the beginning, and I just kind of realized as soon as I put it on, this cunt's not going to get this cunt's not going to get 90% of these jokes yet. So I turned it off and we'll do it again in a few years. But there's too much innuendo, you know? Innuendo. It's just, if you don't, yeah, it's not going to happen. After, you know, we'd done all this, you know, Austin Powers, the Ace Ventura and stuff. You know, it's a different layer, and I just kind of forgot. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. From the penis part, yeah. we're not gonna do that yet. I started doing something like that as well, but after 12 records, I think I need to limit myself. Oh, right. Like to buying stuff that's very personal to you. I just mean that a lot of collections are filled with things that you're supposed to collect. Like the imprint collections and the umbrella collections. And a lot of people just keep every single steelbook of everything, even if they don't like it, you know? I'm trying to decide if I like Tron Ares enough to buy the steelbook. Because I own the steelbook of the original Tron. And I personally really love Legacy. Because of Daft Punk. And I just have... Tron Legacy is a good example of a guilty pleasure. I don't think it's a particularly good movie. I love it. Good example. I loved it enough to buy the steelbook, but now I'm faced with the decision, do I love Tron Ares enough to get the steelbook? And I've only seen it once and I enjoyed it, but I don't know that, you know, I want it on my shelf. I feel like a lot of collectors, it's just putting everything on its shit. And I don't want my collection to be that, you know. I want to know and love everything in it for the most part. There will be exceptions, but not many. The first time I heard The Grid. Yeah, dude, awesome. Love it. Oh, no, fuck that. I'm only getting shit that means something to me, but like 12 records in a week is too much. Yeah, well, that's a different issue. That's just impulse control. And it's a whole nother topic. But yeah, you're going to have to be careful because it gets dangerous. With films, video games, books, and of course music. It's when you're collecting physical, it can get very expensive. But nothing feels quite as rewarding to me as going into my... The other day when Nam come over, we put some Warhammer. We were playing Warhammer 40k tabletop, and I come in here, and the first thing I do is, what am I going to listen to? You know, and I pull it out and I put it on. And when my wife comes in the lounge room with the baby, and he's you know, it was just, I'm going to put him down. What are we going to watch? I turn around and I look at the giant wall of fucking movies, and I'm like, what the fuck are we going to watch? You know, let's look. You know, and I want to watch it all again. And it's full of stuff. It's full of stuff that I do want to watch again, right fucking now. You know, oh, it's got Alien. Yeah, I want to watch Alien again. I always want to watch Alien. There's never a time I don't want to watch Alien. You know, that's why I got it. Even the new 4K remasters with AI upscaling and shit. Which I didn't notice. I just thought I was watching the 4K remasters of Alien and thinking, God damn, man, these things look fucking... Well, Alien 2 specifically. God, this shit looks like it was filmed today, you know? And then I thought, there's something about there's something lost with this gorgeous version of Alien that looks like it was filmed today, you know? But at the same time, I can enjoy that and then buy a VCR and get some originals so that I can enjoy what they looked like back then too. And so I got a VCR. And I've got The Lord of the Rings on VCR, which I haven't watched yet. On VHS, sorry. And that's the first one I want to go back to, and I want to see what that looked like when I was a kid. You know, and I want to see if it looks different to the Blu-rays and different to the 4Ks and different to the DVDs, because apparently it does. I want to see if I notice. Apparently there's quite a few effects missing from the new versions of Lord of the Rings, and I'm very interested. I did not see that coming. I'm very interested to see how that works. Do I feel different when I'm watching it? With what now? AI upscaling? Yeah, so Aliens 2 and Terminator 2. Now, the problem I have with it is on the actual Blu-ray, on the 4K, UHD, fucking whatever, it says, you know, specifically remastered by James Cameron himself. But if you watch something like this, I think it's this one, but by people who you know go by frame by frame and analyze these things.
One of the most controversial stories among film fans in recent memory has no doubt been the James Cameron 4K restorations of a number of his classics. Throughout their home video history, some of his movies have been frustratingly unavailable, such as The Abyss and True Lies, which only ever came out in standard definition DVDs that weren't even 16:9 enhanced in the old days of home theaters. Fans
see how clean that shit looks, man?
The fact that these movies were now available at long last, but once they made the digital debut, consternation among film fans reached a boiling point on social media, especially as far as True Lies went. Many posted screenshots claiming that Cameron...
James Cameron has absolutely lost his fucking mind, allowing this to be done to his films. The True Lies 4K remaster is out, and yeah, Peter Jackson's Park Row AI treatment has been slathered all over it. I'll say it again, the digital painting over film is fucking disgusting. And it's kind of like ruining a generation of film, you know? And I totally get that. But like with everything, keeping an open mind, and well, I love True Lies. I'd very much like to see the VHS and DVD versions of those again, and see if I can choose my own best version.
Had slathered AI all over the films that thoroughly changed the way they looked, and indeed, as a fan who grew up watching movies like this in the 90s, True Lies looks, well, a little different. You see, Cameron enlisted the aid of a company called Park Row Post,
anyway,
which is...
if you like the video, there are others, but this one seems good. You know, watch it. But yeah, there's certain, you know, controversy around these things that I wasn't aware of when I bought Aliens and Terminator 2. Again, like when I watched Terminator 2, there was so many scenes, like the liquid fucking metal and the fire, where I just thought it looked gorgeous. I'd never seen it look so clear and crisp before. It's on an OLED panel as well, big dark room, you know, it was big sound and everything. I was flabbergasted. But when you go through frame by frame and somebody analyzes that shit, well, yeah, you know what? You might be right. That, like when I look at that image, that's fucked. Now, I haven't done True Lies, and I didn't notice anything that egregious in the others, but I wasn't paying attention to these things. The Abyss and True Lies are fantastic in 4K remaster, so bad in remastered. Sorry, I'm confused now. I'm pretty sure they're making a new Lord of the Rings film. Actually, Andy Serkis is directing that. He played Gollum, and who's done really good work recently. So fucking good to see him getting his just desserts. And obviously it's so fucking good that we don't have Peter Jackson doing another one, because we all know how he feels about this shit now after The Hobbit and after what he did to Guillermo. I hope you watched Frankenstein last year and just thought, what the fuck have I done? I gave the world Lord of the Rings, and then I fucking took it away from him again. What have I done? Frankenstein was a goddamn fucking masterpiece. I've only watched it twice. I really want to get a physical copy of it before I watch it again. I might just watch it again anyway, because I really love it that much. But if I can find a physical copy, I don't know if they're doing physical copies. I think they were doing like collector's editions, but I'm not paying $750 for a fucking copy of some shit. But just a nice physical copy with some special features would be great. Cabinet of Curiosities? Yeah, man! I've watched some of them twice. I really love the Lovecraft painting one. The one done by the guy who did Mandy was really cool. My favorite one was the Autopsy. That by far was my favorite. Pickman's Model. Yeah, yeah, was your favorite? Yeah, that was probably my second favorite. And I loved the last one. I love Mandy so much, and that director's work. And it just, even though it wasn't my favorite narratively, it was a very good example of style. You know, it's just this group of people sitting around having a conversation in a room. You know, and you're just hanging on every word. It's such good style. It took me 20 years later to realize Andy Serkis was the Witch King, and I never even knew that. Really? Huh. Good on him. Gollum and the Witch King of Angmar. The fuck King of Angmar, if you're on Twitter today. Frankenstein was easily the best film of last year for me, next to One Battle After Another. For me, it's Frankenstein, Sinners, One Battle After Another. For me. I'm not saying which films I think were the best of last year. I'll leave that to film critics. But my favorites: Frankenstein, Sinners, and One Battle After Another, I think. There might be some others in there that I can't think of at this moment, but yeah, anyway, I loved... Oh, the rat one, Xan. I remember when I first watched Cabinet of Curiosities, Xander was around. He was a bit younger back then. He fucking loved the rat one, and I thought the concept of that was fantastic. I enjoyed it too. Yeah, Sinners of the Music and Jack O'Connell. If it wasn't for Frankenstein, that would be my favorite by far. I bought the soundtrack, both the OST and the original score for Sinners, during the credits. First time I ever pulled out my phone and spent $200 on vinyls while I was watching the credits of a movie. You know, I just knew that I would love it, and they're even better than I thought. Ludwig Göransson, Ludwig Göransson, I think, who did Oppenheimer as well. Another one I immediately bought the record for. Is my fucking jam, man. My whole fucking jam, that guy. Love his music philosophy and his work. And Mando, yeah. Well, you can't do everything, right? We learn from our failures, you know? No, I'm sure Mando is scored just fine. I don't actually remember the soundtrack. I was too busy shitting on it for its crappy story. And ignoring every other part of it. Gotta check yourself. Gotta check yourself. Yeah, it did Black Panther as well. The same director for Sinners as well. That's why they worked together. I did not like Black Panther either. I didn't watch the second one, but I thought the first one was another CG fucking battle fucking fuckfest. Fucking couldn't give a shit. Did absolutely nothing for me. Each to their own though, I guess. Yeah, I don't remember the soundtrack, but I would absolutely listen to it, yeah. Oh, 2 cups now, I see. Everything but the new one, Bone Temple Prince. I haven't been able to go to the cinema. There's just no way. I can't do it. All right, honey, I finished work. You still holding the baby? Nice. I'm gonna go to the movies for 2.5 hours. Yeah, fucking right. So no cinemas for me until the baby's a bit older, but I will see Bone Temple when it comes out at home, and I'm sure that'll be pretty soon. I doubt they're gonna make it. This makes me... I'm just going to try this really quickly. I don't think it'll work, but just in case. I thought, just in case, make sure it's not the thing. I'll be back in 2 seconds. One sec, need a piss. Right. Thank you. Sorry, I just needed a drink. I was feeling very dry and I kept not going to get a drink. Have you not read The Fellowship of the Ring, Broly? It's a different time, but it's a gorgeous read. Enjoy.
Yes. The smell of proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend.
Barn Raider!
We've
Need to go to
missed
bed.
you.
But the sound of your sexy voice playing Soul Reaver 2 may keep me awake. I hope the Chunky Monkey's doing good. Yeah, I just checked on him then. And he's doing great. He's certainly got some fucking teeth moving around this week. He's an absolute nightmare. But every time he sees my fucking face, he just lights up. And it's beautiful. It makes me so happy. Godzilla -1. Yeah, that was a reasonably good. Not good enough for me to buy yet. I'm gonna watch it again, but you didn't tell me I was gonna have to read. Oh yeah, subtitles the whole time. Oh, funny. Having a home cinema and just waiting a couple months for it to be available has been a far better experience for most films lately. I still do want to go and support cinema. I do enjoy going out to the movies, but only for certain things. I loved going to see Furiosa, you know. By my fucking self, with just a few cunts. I loved driving 3.5 hours with Nam just to see The Northman, you know? I saw 28 Years Later at the church from 28 Days Later, and Danny Boyle was there to do a Q&A. What the fuck? That's amazing! Lucky prick. That sounds great. You've basically been talking for 3 hours straight after that interview on Friday, and last night was just constant talking too. Getting dry. Humor me this. There are some tracks in the second Black Panther soundtrack and honestly would fit right at home in this game, Bloodborne, OG, God of War, etc. Check out one called Namor's Throne. Well, do just that. It's Ludwig, so why would I not? And we know what you whisper. I'll have a listen to those while I'm editing later. Appreciate it. Alright, back to the giant puzzle labyrinth. With the Yanos staring down at us at all times. Oh! The eye. Oh no, the eye. So I need a darkness blade to get to pop the eye. Need a light blade to put down the bridge. And I need the air blade to get up. Certain horror film I recommended you to a while ago. I can't remember what it was. Was it Repo, the horror musical? Because that's been on my list for a bit, but I haven't watched it yet, and I forgot who recommended it to me. Xander saw it and went, "There's a Repo movie? What?" I went, no, kid. Calm down. Don't get excited. That's a dark place there. So I have to try and go back up. Oh, Late Night with the Devil. I watched it immediately. Yeah. I loved it. It's great. I thought my wife had already seen it. But it turns out she hadn't. Or she's forgotten. But I thought it was fucking awesome, yeah. Yeah. I really like that actor. He's in Oppenheimer as well. He's in the latest season of Dexter. And he's just this fucking weird goth cunt, you know? But he's got such a great face. It's a vibe. I really enjoy his work. Dastmalkian? It's a hell of a fucking surname, isn't it? Like yeah, exactly, yeah. I've seen him in full goth though, when he's fucking out and about. Fuck, I'm stiff. I assume you don't care about film spoilers. About Black Panther spoilers? No. There's another horror track called Sirens, which is literally about some identified sea woman hypnotizing men to jump off a cruise ship and getting eviscerated. Sirens. Good thing. Thank you. This is all from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack, huh? Sounds like I need to look this one up. I really appreciate that, Tough. Thank you. Is M. Bison in the godforsaken upcoming Street Fighter movie he used to? I remember. I'm so pumped for that film. I have every Street Fighter movie on Blu-ray. I fucking love that. Like, guilty pleasure. Talk about before we're talking about guilty pleasure films. We didn't mention Street Fighter, the live action, or Mortal Kombat for that matter, with Christopher Lambert as Raiden. Anyway, Bone Tomahawk is that's a top 10 favorite film of all time for me. I think it's my favorite Western. I mean, I've got a special place in my heart for Tombstone, but Bone Tomahawk scared me. You know? Bloody love that. Never found a physical copy of it. I hope I do someday. I'm not getting my Dark Blade, which will allow me to get past that eye until I get a cup of blood here, which I'm not getting until this bridge goes down, which is not going until I get a light blade through there. Which I theoretically now can do without having to use the air blade to get up by going around here and taking the new stairs. Yes. That one scene, oh my god, dude, that was the most fucked up shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. Malazan beats it by a country mile, but you read that. Malazan at times makes Bone Tomahawk look suitable for preschoolers. That's the level of depravity I'm talking about here. Did that not get both? But but Bone Tomahawk, you see it, you know? I'm reading Gardens of the Moon at the moment. Not far in though, just got to Daruhistan. Daruhistan! I love that town. It's been a good long bloody while since I've been there with its wonderful characters, but I miss it. I physically miss... I feel homesick when you say Daruhistan. They just start adding this to the song now that I've progressed to this point? Or did I just not hear that part before? Quite jarring going from pale? Yes. Look, everything is jarring in Malazan, and it's only retrospectively that you can appreciate it, I found. But boy, oh boy, can you appreciate it. Empire of the Summer Moon, yeah? Sounds interesting. Can't get through there yet. So I can take that. Down here. And fill it. Yeah, Nosferatu vibes now, right? Yeah. Lovely. Are you going to read the 10 main series? Or mix in some other ones? Oh, there's no mixing. No. There's no. Once you get into the chained god narrative, there's no getting out of it, Prince. It's so varied anyway that it won't, like, it moves around so much, you feel like you're mixing in. But yeah, no, I have no interest whatsoever in reading any of the others until I'm done with the first 10. It just wouldn't seem right. Okay, now I can finally get you. Music's totally dynamically adjusting based on every bit of progression you do here, and it's making me a bit horny. In the words of the great Al Swearingen, I need to fuck something. That's where I'm at. A mood's come over me. In the words of Addie Shankner, I need to fuck some hoe. In the words of Addie Shankner, where's the nearest slut? Alright, second cup, fill her up, and bring her over here, I think. Should be pretty basic. Perhaps I will see what you mean as I keep reading. I was autistically looking up reading orders and stuff, probably because something is wrong with me and I have to do everything in order. Fair enough. I'm exactly the opposite. I don't want to know anything. Now, I have been, asked these sorts of questions before, and in the case of, for example, Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, there were recommendations that you read Warbreaker, Dawn Shard, and Edge Runner during Stormlight. In between them, and they were good recommendations. I followed them, and I really enjoyed the experience. I didn't fill this up. I hadn't heard any such thing about Malazan from anybody that I cared about. So, I'm not interested. Until I hear otherwise. Don't mean chronologically. Yeah, no, of course. It's just that the 10 books is a story, you know, and I want that story. And the others, yeah, it's characters going off in different adventures as far as I know, but I don't think it's going to change how I enjoy the main narrative. Whereas with Warbreaker and Elantris and Edge Runner and Dawn Shard, it certainly gives you more to appreciate the each book that comes after. But yeah, I'm not sure that Malazan falls into that category. At least not from what I've heard. But I mean, you're free to do it however the fuck you like. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? Not for me, though. I'm very happy with my first 10. I've got the rest, though, so I'll definitely read. Where did you come from, sir? Yeah, man. I'm always afraid to start a 10-book series, because if I get too sucked in, I'll devour it. What's wrong with that? Are you not looking for that shit? I did read Wind and Truth. Yeah, I actually put Malazan down after book 5. I think, well, maybe it was book 4, actually. And I read Tress of the Emerald Sea, so I could shake the Malazan off. And I'd never read it, and then I read Wind and Truth as it came out, and it was good. It's good enough. I liked bits of it. I thought it dragged its ass a little bit, but I liked bits of it. And overall, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a decent a decent ending for the first arc of Stormlight Archives. I know people had different takes on it and stuff. I didn't really have any problems like that. I thought there were pacing issues. But then some people thought there were pacing issues in Rhythm of War. So, I mean, you know, each their own. This is cute. I think we need to do this. Yeah, and then open the door from behind. Little bit clever. I'm onto your shit now, Soul Reaver. I'm onto your shit, Soul Reaver. I know how you think. My friends had a negative opinion on it. Okay. Did they have a negative opinion on Rhythm of War as well? I stay up for days and it's all my brain lets me do. Oh, okay, fair enough. Have you considered just forcing yourself to do one chapter a time? One chapter a day? Quite the opposite for a lot of people who need to force themselves to do a chapter a day. I think you'll find Malazan's chapters are very girthy and delicious. And if you limit yourself, you might find that you grow from the experience as well, you know? You might find that you enjoy having things to chew on, you know? It can be very enjoyable and give you an opportunity to think about the stuff that you've just read. Well paced out, not cliffhangery in the slightest. No. And quite very big chapters. When I opened up a chapter 2 days ago, and it was 1 hour and 27 minutes in this chapter. And I was like, oh, that's a chapter. You know, I'll be here for a bit. But yeah, they're also very dense. So I think if you force yourself, finish a chapter, and then try to imagine some of those scenes and reflect on what happened and like slow your roll a little bit, I think you'll have enough to chew on. And yeah, I wouldn't say they're very cliffhangery at all. Maybe, especially at the end of books, but maybe there are certain chapters that you certainly want to keep reading. But I don't think so. Each chapter begins with a poem, and even just drinking the poems in and reflecting upon what they say. Yeah, I mean, I depending on the books, I could get through them pretty quick as well. I just found I wasn't really enjoying books that way, you know. I wasn't going on journeys. I was getting the plot. I can tell you what happens, but I wasn't really, because it takes time for those characters to, like Del Toro quests and stuff. When I was a kid, I just fucking never stopped reading. I just ferociously, vampirically, you know, devoured them. Wasn't getting good vibes. Definitely activated that and can use that to fly up somewhere. It's gonna be, I gotta remember that. Yeah, with the gems on the covers, it was. I've got all the drawing books and stuff. I was very into Del Toro at a certain point in my life when I was very young. Those little puzzles in them and stuff. It was good fun. But yeah, baby stuff. I was also reading, fucking Sparhawk and the Diamond fucking Throne and that sort of shit back then. I wasn't absorbing that stuff at the same level. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do anything right now. I've opened the door, but I haven't formed the bridge. Okay, so we just need to reverse engineer this again from exactly where I was, but exactly like I did before. I need to be standing here, and I need to shoot a beam of light. In order to get a beam of light up here, there's only one place where a beam of light exists. So, we jump down and we grab a beam of light and figure out how to get to that point. It's the only way. Unless there's a second beam of light that I don't know of, this is the only thing that I can possibly do. Now, I could grab the air and then take the new air path I just opened up, but I don't know why I want to do that yet. So I'm going to stop there for a minute. Because there was an air path there, but there's a second air path here. And that would take me up to there before I get the light up there. Let me just see if I can get up there. Joe Abercrombie. I've got something by Joe Abercrombie. I can't think of what it is right now. I'm drawing a blank. Can you remind me of what sort of stuff he's done? I was playing WoW a couple months ago, and for some reason when I got Gardens of the Moon over Christmas, I got completely absorbed and lost interest in grinding in WoW. There you go. Though split on rhythm, I personally enjoyed it and felt there was a massive amount of lore and learning. Yeah, I liked it too. Yeah. There was a massive amount of lore and learning in Wind and Truth as well, dude. Massive. Like, perhaps the biggest stuff. I just felt that the pacing was a bit dry. But after I got, while I was going through it, it was a bit of a struggle. But once I finished Wind and Truth, looking back at learning all about X while they were traversing Y was fucking amazing. It was really, really cool world building. I don't know if the writing flowed as well. First Law. Okay. I've heard great things about the First Law series. It's on my list. It was one of the choices that I was going to make after I finished Cosmere. However, there was a humble bundle with every Malazan book in it. And the heavens fucking parted, and I took the hint. You know what I mean? So, first law is back on the bench. Really like how Malazan's handling it so far. Good, because it's only going to get better, Prince. How I visualize the first chapter of Malazan, now that I've read what I've read, and being forced to reread it again for Peeves Book Club, so different to how I visualized it in the beginning. So much more context. Changed entirely how I felt about it. And it might be one of the best books I've ever read as a result. Gardens of the Moon. I liked it well enough when I first read it. It was okay, you know? Pretty good. It had some good moments. I fucking love it now. I fucking love it now. And I'm only rereading it for the second time.
Well now, he is an old one, almost as old as me.
I get it. 132 arrow. Oh my goodness. 11 years woo, and next time I'll be 30, B-Day in 15 days, and here's to maybe another decade of my life watching an Aussie cunt online from the other side of the globe, and I already got my free 30 DLCs as an early access. Pain in my right hand, welcome to the club! Oh, it's actually quite nice, you'll find, to be in agony while you're playing video games. I'm an idiot. It's very refreshing. It limits the amount of video games you're allowed to play artificially, so you no longer have to worry about, you know, am I gaming too much? Is this bad for my balance, my life? Your body's just gonna take care of all that for you. So. Happy birthday for 15 days from now, in case I don't see you, my friend, and I hope you're doing great. Thanks for the huge sub. Yeah.
Well now, he is an old one, almost as old as me.
I haven't seen the Scotsman in a minute. I missed out on that early access. Still in the best shape of my life. Oh, you've got time, buddy. You got time. We all get there at different ways. Maybe instead of your hand going bad, your psychological state has gone bad, and you're suffering from massive wafts of depression, or something. You know, I'm sure you've got your own troubles to keep you company in the bitter watches of the night. So don't stress too much. My daytimes I remember I do daytime Monday and Fridays now, and then nighttime Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So still got those lovely big Sunday night shows like last night, up until midnight, and then I gotta go to bed because I gotta get up for this one. Don't worry, soon your eyes will go. You won't be able to see how poorly you're playing. There we go. Beautiful. I can still do it. Alright, now let's go start again. I should have seen that straight away. I didn't. I have troubles, not enough hours in the day. I'm working full time and then doing my game dev shit. I heard you were doing your game dev shit. That's awesome. Pretty much every evening until like 1 a.m. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. That's great. Really, really great. working the day job, making cash, and then fucking doing your passion project afterwards. So impressive. Let me know if you need my help at any point in any capacity, and if I'm able to, I'm yours. All right. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. It was good to see you in October at PAX briefly, and hopefully we'll get to hang out again soon. Very cool. Yeah. You want to be working on your passions when you feel motivated to do so, you know. Coffee enema, that can be done. That can be arranged. Yeah, good on you. Building those basics. Good shit. Me and Xander, I'm doing that kind of stuff with Xander at the moment. Building some basic template stuff that we can transfer over to new projects to save time when starting up new things and shit. It's been good fun. I didn't need to be there anyway. I'm an idiot. Nice. So I guess now I grab a pot of blood. Oh, sorry, a pot. And I head down this way and fill it with blood and then head back that way and take it across. That's the only thing that makes sense. Unless I'm missing something. But I hope I'm not. What engine? Oh,
Well,
Game Builder Garage on the Switch.
here's an old one. Almost as old as
Karaguros! What's going on, brother? Thanks for 84 months, mate. Cheers, dude. Good to see you. How you going? Yeah, Xander's in the Game Builder Garage and Dreams on the PS5 as his engines. And they are both outrageously, incredibly powerful and brilliant in so many ways. I couldn't more highly recommend them. Particularly for kids wanting to get started. Beautiful. Oh, there's also one called Scratch that he and his mates use a lot. Don't know if you've ever heard of Scratch. That one's popular in his little friend group as well. Ever heard of those? Take a look. Wow, yeah, someone just made an entirely new Banjo-Kazooie in Dreams on the PS5. If you can imagine such a thing. On the PS4, really. Game Builder Garage is a bit simpler, but it goes through some very fundamental basic game concepts and allows you to put things together without knowing how to code, but with the structure of code. A lot of the Unreal Engine blueprints. I'm just teaching Xander things like, instead of making a person and assigning all of the different controls that control that person and all of the different things that it can do every time you make a new project, instead make a project that is a person. Put all of that in. Save that project, and then whenever you want to start a new project, clone that project and begin there. Never use new project again, right? Because you're always going to need a person, a character, and you're always going to want to code it in the same way, so save yourself the time. This is what I was forgetting somehow. Pretty decent with blueprints, basically a similar node. Yeah, node-based, exactly, yeah. It's the future, I think. And more tools are going to be going in that direction. So it makes sense, particularly for kids, but also for us, to be thinking in that way and heading in that direction. playing X33 at the moment. I feel like I'm completely shit at the game. Just because of the parry timings and stuff. Are you parrying a lot? Or dodging a lot? Or, both or neither? And what difficulty are you playing on? Kind of crazy how accessible it is to make games now. Well, yeah, we talked about this a lot last night with the AI tools and stuff, but, you know, being able to take an idea and bring that idea to life with less money, less knowledge, and less experience is absolutely something that is possible now. However, once everybody can do it, it will become a flood and a sea of people doing that, in which case quality will rise to the top once again. So I feel like it'll let more people made it. It'll let more people in. The barrier of entry is a lot lower, and it should make a lot of projects a lot like what would Ashes of Creation failed if it had, you know, some advanced fucking AI tools that allowed them to streamline the process? Probably. But there's always a chance. There's always a chance that you know, the tools of the future will make projects like Ashes of Creation a lot more manageable and viable. I don't know. As long as the people behind them using those tools are good quality, are open-minded, are educated and talented. You blame Armored Core for your sore hands? It's always something. My first time ever feeling it was Terror Online, right after Guild Wars 2. That was it. The first time I was like, I can't keep playing because my hand hurts too much. Little did I know, it didn't hurt at all. It was just letting me know it's going to hurt. For example, the inventory system that I'm using is an actor component. I can just add it to a character and that's pretty much most of the work done. Very cool. I spent a year learning 3D before I started making my visual novel. Fuck yeah, man. Good on you. I'm playing on normal, okay, at the moment. It isn't that I'm finding it hard to progress per se, I just don't feel like I'm parrying enough and that I'm too impatient with dodging, especially when it comes to the super delayed attacks. Maybe playing on expert would make me better at it. It will, because it will require you to be better. If you don't dodge or parry, and you take the hit and you're not built for it, you're dead. However, you can use your Pictos and your Lumina to create the kind of team that doesn't need to dodge and parry, right? If you're not into that. Or you can go the opposite like I did and glass cannon it. So as soon as you get hit, it's game over, try again. I guess you need to figure out which way you enjoy it the most and try to lean towards that would be my recommendation. Once you get to the end of Act 1, though, things get much more interesting. Went back to RTS semi recently and fuck me. Yeah, are you using a wrist brace? It's helping me. That time we played Dawn of War for like 4 hours, I was in pain for 4 to 5 days. It's so fucked, man. I know, I feel the same way. I should only really be doing a couple hours of RTS games. Just 2 or 3 games tops, you know, and always wear a wrist brace. And I'm using a vertical mouse as well. And that all seems to mean that I'm not in pain for 4 to 5 days. So long as, I'm better by tomorrow. But I gotta really be careful about it. Used to do all day. Exactly, dude, it's StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3, all fucking day, absolutely. Maybe a little Counter-Strike, a bit of fucking Dota in there as well, whatever. Just fucking never stopped, but yeah. Little did I know. Rad Scotsman. Although the guest reveal, yeah, that's it feels a little slow at that point, but I promise it fucking really picks up, man. Really picks up. Yeah, good on you, Pacha. I think it's making a difference for me. Not a huge difference, I don't think. The wrist brace seems to make the biggest difference, but I guess different injuries and whatnot. The vertical mouse certainly isn't hurting. All right. We've made it. Oh yeah, Freeze? Wasn't super tricky for me, but definitely I can see how it would be. I had to reverse engineer it though. I had to stand there and go, the only thing I can do right now is this. So then I must need to do this. That's the only way I could get through. But I have done a lot of Soul Reaver recently, so maybe that's why.
Janos Audrin.
Here we go.
It is heartening after all these years to hear my name spoken without contempt.
Whoa.
Raziel? My child, what have they done to you?
I have been dragged through hell and back. All it seems to reach this moment. But I don't yet know why.
My child.
For thousands of years I have waited, alone here, losing faith. At the time of the binding, 9 guardians were called to serve the pillars, and I was summoned as the 10th guardian, the keeper of the Reaver, the weapon of our salvation. Over time, our race died out, until I alone remained, sustained only by my obligation to you and by my guardianship of the blade.
And the other 9? Why did their guardianship not sustain them?
I don't know. As our race dwindled, the humans prospered. I have watched over the centuries as our history faded into myth and finally receded altogether. The humans have forgotten us entirely and claimed the pillars for themselves, wholly ignorant of their true purpose. To them, I am merely a devil, the origin of their vampire plague.
Interesting.
Why would the pillars summon human guardians then, if they are meant to be served by vampires?
The pillars choose their guardians from birth, Raziel, and vampires are no longer born. This is the crux of our dilemma, and this is the terrible irony. With their vampire purge, the members of the Circle have assaulted the very architects of the pillars they are sworn to protect. They have embarked on a treacherous path. With every vampire they kill, the humans are slitting their own throats.
Because the pillars won't be able to be
They
sustained
know I'm
anymore.
up here, beyond their reach, and it terrifies them. You can see how they flaunt their kills to torment me, or perhaps simply to lure me out. They have this foolish notion that destroying me will somehow topple our entire bloodline. Thankfully, we're not that fragile.
I have seen them mustering their forces in the village below.
Yes. I don't know what they're plotting, but I fear our time may be bitterly short.
Mankind seems to have brought you only torment and grief. You must hate them.
They fear what they don't understand, and they despise what they fear. But no, I do not hate them.
Vorador does.
He has suffered much. He cannot forgive them.
Should they be forgiven?
They don't understand what they're doing. They are simply unenlightened and vulnerable to manipulation.
So, it's all true then, what Kain and Vorador have told me. I really am some kind of unholy vampire messiah.
Unholy? No. Messiah, perhaps.
I don't like that word. It smells of martyrdom.
Raziel, your role in this world's destiny is more crucial and more benevolent than you've allowed yourself to believe. Your journey will not be easy. Dark powers are allied against you. But I think you already know this. You appear to have been cruelly tested. The binding must be secured, Raziel. The pillars are the lock.
And the Reaver is the key.
Yes.
The Reaver is here. Why do I feel nothing?
The most formidable weapon ever forged by our swordsmiths. They infused the blade with vampiric energy, empowering the Reaver to drain our enemies of their precious lifeblood.
As Janos presented the blade,
Which enemies?
an inexplicable sense of dread crept over me, more palpable than anything I'd felt before. I was at once horribly repelled by the sword, and yet irresistibly compelled to touch it, to take it up. Please, take it away from me.
I fear you have been followed. You must save yourself, Raziel.
Janos! No! My surroundings whirled sickeningly, and I found myself transported safely away from the ambush to an adjacent chamber. Janos had delivered me from the Sarafan, selflessly forfeiting his own safety to preserve my life.
Bootstrap?
And now I feared that my newfound mentor would be slaughtered by the very crusaders I had so recently revered.
Very
The irony
interesting.
pierced me, and with dawning horror, I realized that I had been duped by Mobius from the beginning.
That's
For
the only way.
Sarafan had simply followed the path I gullibly blazed through this sanctuary, and had arrived bearing Mobius' staff. Thus armed, they had Janos at their mercy. Through the door, I could hear them battling, less than a dozen paces away. But it may as well have been 1,000 miles, for this barrier was sealed by elemental forces I did not possess. It seemed Janos had conveyed me into the heart of the fire shrine. I thought perhaps if I could galvanize the forge and imbue the Reaver in time, I might have a slim chance of saving Janos from his grisly fate.
So this quite beautifully suggests that the reason Janos died in the first place is because Raziel led them to him. In which case it suggests that we have changed nothing in our multiple time-traveling journeys. And that this was the way everything was always going to be, and that fate is set in stone. Which contradicts multiple points throughout the game so far, wherein we have clearly changed the course of time. So yeah, it's pretty classic time travel shenaniganery that I fucking love and always have loved. Does anybody know when the next save point is? They're gorgeous graphics. I enjoyed being able to see both. I was hoping. Thank you. Yeah, just in case I needed to let my wife know that today was going to run a bit longer. Perfect. What a great ending to a glorious day. Quite a bit of unpacking to do there. Janos is the last of an ancient race. I'm not quite sure there are demons and angels now. I'm getting the impression that they're the same thing. Or maybe not. Maybe the ancient race is the demons and the angels were their enemy. That makes more sense now that I think about it, actually, because of the pillars. But why, then, is one of the demons who has been cast down by the angels, who has become a vampire, why would they create Soul Reaver to bind the pillars to keep their ancient enemy away? I feel like the idea is the angels created the pillars to trap the demons in hell, right? Like, that's the typical version of events. But this kind of suggests that the demons created the pillars with Soul Reaver to bind them to keep the angels from coming down. Right? Yeah, Mayo. I know you were one of the ones that got scammed. I'm very sorry that happened to you. It's a problem. I tried to warn you, but what can you do? Also, the company got mass laid off is only a part of the story, right? The lead designer left, the team, the managing partners left with him in protest, and then the rest of the company got laid off. It would appear. It's pretty brutal stuff, dude. It's fucked. The angels created the pillars to bind the demons from returning. The angels created the pillars to bind the demons from returning. So then what did the demons create Soul Reaver for? To fight the angels? And why was Janos a demon, the 10th pillar, the binding, the 10th member of the circle? I feel like I'm getting a little confused. I was curious about Darksiders and whether or not it had good writing. It's okay. It's not like this. But its writing supports its gameplay very well for Darksiders 1. It's perfectly suitable. It's a really fun action Zelda kind of thing. Good vibes. The second one gets a little wishy-washy, and I don't remember playing the third. I think I've got it, but I never played it. At least I didn't put money into Camelot Unchained as well. Well, it's always a silver lining. If I can interject a moment here, we've seen murals that Janos' people created the pillars to banish another race, and then that race, in turn, inflicted the blood-craving curse upon them. That seems right, yeah? You're saying Janos' people are the angels. And the demons inflicted vampirism on the angels. So in this case, Janos' people would actually be the angels. The other race would be the demons. They created the pill. You say as I've called them, but they are called angels and demons in Blood Omen, are they not? I don't believe I assumed that they were angels and demons in Blood Omen. I thought they were referred to as such. Anyway, doesn't matter. They created the pillars and the Reaver. Okay, so the angels created the pillars and the Soul Reaver to kill the demons. The pillars serve as a binding agent against the more demonic race. Okay, cool. And the only real instance of the demons we've seen since the pillar of what's its face summoned them in is Mortanius, right? Now that's interesting. Because that brings us back to the end of Blood Omen again, where we say, what was the point of Blood Omen? A demon set in motion a series of events using a human named Mortanius who controlled the Pillar of Death.
Well, now,
using a human
he is an
named
old
Mobius
one.
who controlled the
Almost
pillar
as
of
old as me.
time. Thank you, Chris Link, for 59. Hang on, man. The demon corrupted 2 of the humans and used them to enact a series of events that would lead to Janos being killed. I'm just trying to imagine some demon that's like figured out that the only way they're going to get around this pillar thing is time. And they're using this massively convoluted series of time-traveling events to make one thing happen, right? And that thing could be see Janos killed, the last of the angels, right? Very interesting. Janos didn't call it the Soul Reaver. He simply referred to it as the Reaver. And Janos said that their finest swordsmiths infused the vampiric curse into the sword. And Raziel commented that he did feel some sort of strange vertigo. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Started reading Red Rising. Never heard of it. Great. I think I've heard of it. I bet Fry goes back in time and fucks his grandmother. You've been watching too many cartoons, mate. Makes me so intrigued in seeing you play Blood Omen 2 even more. Yeah, I'm very excited. Very cool story, man. So many layers. It's great fucking fun. Beautiful. To get free of the pillars. Yeah, yeah. And where does the Elder God sit in all of this, you know? Very interesting. Maybe the Elder God is a demon. Well, I'm having a good fucking time. Thank you for enjoying a little more retro gaming with me, and in particular this wonderful series. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Well,
obviously
now,
we tend to waffle a bit,
here's an
you know.
old one, almost as old as
Fuck
me.
you, Kraken Demon. Wait, 118 months? You're allowed to interrupt me. Anybody teetering around the fucking decade mark, you know, that's you interrupt any day you like, sir. Any day you like. Darius Dyack did his fucking thing with Blood Omen. For it to have led to this insane story, even though Dennis Dyack and the team behind Blood Omen didn't write all of the subsequent story, all of it was written based on the world and the story that they set up, and it's quite impressive, really. The whole thing. The whole bloody thing. It's like the demonic race is playing a game of chess via time travel in order to craft a time stream that is favorable for them. Yeah, which sounds very cool. I love it. I'm all over it. I will be back on Friday, so that's Thursday night for many of you, same time as today, to continue the Soul Reaver 2 story. I don't know how much is left in this one. Could be a lot longer than the first, could be about the same. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. In the meantime, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, look forward to Neo 3 streams of an evening, if that is to your taste. I am having a fucking ball with Neo 3. I've got access to the demo, obviously, so I'm just playing that. And if I do end up getting access to the game early, I'll jump in with that. And if not, I'll just keep playing the demo or play some Neo 2 or something to fill it out. I think the official release of Neo 3 might be around sort of the Friday, Saturday mark, so I might not get to do a lot of launch stuff. We'll just have to bloody see. But I've done 2 Neo 3 sessions so far, and I'm fucking loving it. I'll be back tomorrow with more of that. So if you're interested, I'll see you there. If not, see you next. See you Friday for more of this delicious bloody Soul Reavering, eh? Or you know, just whenever you're free. You know, whenever you've got some time to come and hang out and talk some shit and play some games. It's a pleasure to fucking have you here. Thank you so very much. And I'll see you again soon. Cheers.